I didn't even really know what the SEAL teams were until I was riding on the bus, down to Orlando, Florida back in September of '82. We thought we were good. And I remember the first time I went in the 7-meter range, everybody had punched out the center of their target about this big. But the cats that were in my platoons when I was a junior officer many years later, they carried the global war of terror on their shoulders just like you did. It was very, very eye-opening what they had encountered and what they did on that day, on Bloody Sunday. And I remember one of them specifically saying, he said, "Chuck, I was taking the bullets out of the clips and loading them in my magazines one at a time instead of speed loading them in. I didn't know that I wanted to go back out into, if I would ever come back alive, because just the level and the ferocity of the firefights was so great." And he said, but we did. We knew we had to go get them, and we loaded them up. We got back in those vehicles. There was no, you had to get it done.
Yeah. Do you feel that the United States military and our special operations capabilities has an ability to go toe-to-toe with China and be successful?
Funny you should ask, Mike. So,
when hunting isn't about hunting at all. Team Dog features comprehensive and customizable meal plans with dry and raw food options to meet your dog's unique nutritional needs, including digestive sensitivities, allergies, or selective eating. Did you know combining 75% dry food with 25% raw food delivers robust, nutrient-dense meals for your dog? Be your dog's hero with Team Dog. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. He spent 40 years in the SEAL teams. Part of his time is at DEVGRU, which we'll talk about. He's also the founder of Soft Whisper, which we're going to get heavy into. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. If you're not the bullfrog of the podcast thus far, I don't know who is. Chuck Hayes.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it,
Thanks for coming. I think you are the, I don't want to say the oldest, but went through training the longest time ago, I think, of anybody I've had on. Maybe Bob Harwood. Were you before him?
A little bit before
him, yeah. Because he's the only other guest that comes to mind that's in that similar era, I guess. I've had guys from like the 150s and 60s and stuff on. But before we get into it, I am curious just, so what you went through training in the 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Early 80s?
Yeah, 82, 83 time frame.
83. Like to think back to going through then where really nobody knew what the SEAL teams were. I mean, almost nobody. Obviously there was no internet. I mean, even the books, like I don't know if Marcinko's book had come out by then yet or not. Like as you look back to all the way back when you went through training versus kind of where it is now, where it's everywhere. I mean, it's all over the internet, YouTube, social media. There's preparatory programs that guys, put prospective candidates through. How do you kind of reconcile and or what do you think of where the SEAL teams have gone?
Yeah, the popularity stuff it's kind of a double-edged sword, as you know, and
Yeah.
I've talked about before. I consider myself very fortunate, being naive, if you will. I mean, I didn't even really know what the SEAL teams were until I was riding on the bus from the MEP station down to Orlando, Florida back in September of '82.
Yeah.
In the big scheme of things, I knew what frogmen were, and I knew that those guys that climbed on the sides of the capsules to recover the astronauts, so there was really just nothing out there.
Yeah.
And nowadays, you really have to kind of filter through all of this stuff, and it has its pros and cons, which I'm sure could be a discussion where we could sit here for 12 hours. But
well, yeah, I think I agree. Obviously, I'm in the public eye on a weekly basis talking about it or interviewing guys from it, and I agree. I mean, the thing that I think is tough is that there's been such a reputation for and an internal expectation of this whole silent professional thing, don't talk about the nature of your work and stuff, but we live in an era now with the internet and cameras and technology being what it is that there's really no escaping it. I mean, I don't care even if every single guy who's ever worn a trident or any special operations guy from any branch had been sworn to secrecy to a degree with which they actually did keep their mouth shut, like in its entirety. There would still be support staff or other people that that leaked certain things or whatever, and I think ultimately, just like some people over the age of say 30 have some hesitations to technology, and I think the older you get, probably the more hesitations there are or resistance to it in some ways. But it's here. It's not like it's not going anywhere. I mean, it's here to stay, and you might as well take advantage of it, at least to the best of your ability, and just understand that there are some consequences and some negatives to it. But I think, as hard as it is to find the right guys for the job, I think, from a recruiting standpoint, it's only helping us as a nation to be able to, raise enough awareness in the pockets or groups of people that it would apply to, that it does exist, and B, maybe something that you may be interested in and a good fit for.
I'm 100% behind you. I totally agree. And, when we go back in the Wayback Machine, back when I, was first going into the SEAL teams and stuff like that, it's cyclic, and granted, everything is hyperbole now, but back then, it was Delta Force in Vietnam and SF and John Wayne, and so it's always been there. And I know a lot of us will sit there and go, yeah, but you did this and you did that, or y'all did this movie or that movie or whatever. It's kind of always been there, and it's like you said, I think it's about for our future, the right voice, and the right voices, with the different stories, and some of them will, the people out there that are the future frogmen of the world, they'll sit that and they'll listen to it, and it's all good.
I do wish that the special operations as a collective got along better online. I do really hate to see. I mean, I love the healthy competition in terms of like the jabbing shit talk, but but not the serious stuff, and I wish that there was none of that. I think it does the entire community a disservice. Not to say that people shouldn't be called out, but I think you do that man-to-man, behind closed doors kind of thing, the same way you would if there's a problem with somebody in a platoon, like you take them behind the berm or whatever. Like, you don't stand up at quarters and yell in front of everybody, here's the problem we have with them. And I think that's kind of the equivalent, and I think it makes us all look like fucking 15-year-old girls, but.
You're right, my friend. Yeah. You are right.
So you're originally from Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a little bit about your childhood in terms of just, I guess, the synopsis of what it was like growing up at that time in that area, siblings, sports, impactful events, and ultimately what the catalyst was to make you decide, I want to join the Navy.
Yeah, so I grew up in the 60s and 70s of a small town in Alabama called Tallahassee, and kind of in between Montgomery and Auburn, which is the capital and, the prominent university. It's on a river, and Mom and Dad, I lived about 100 yards from my grandparents. It was just a great way to grow up, and it was a lot of fun, playing in the river, playing in the woods, in the backyard. I was, before coming on here, I was thinking about childhood a little bit. And I remember, man, it was like at school, every recess period, we just played war, and we killed Hitler on the last day of school. Yeah. And in retrospect, it's kind of weird because I really didn't think a lot about the Vietnam War, even though that was in the middle of the Vietnam War. And I distinctly remember in my little mind watching the news every night when they would do the death toll of what had happened, but in terms of the big scheme of it, didn't know. Just kind of grew up with a bunch of dogs and, just like you do, and every now and then your dog would get run over and you get another dog and you go play in the woods and ride bicycles and stuff.
Yeah. Did you have a lot of influence from your parents or specifically father in terms of shooting, hunting? I guess any of the benchmark traits and kind of, collective morals that the community as a whole tries to instill and or exhibit. Did you get much of that from your dad?
I did. Not necessarily from my father, though. From my father's father, my grandfather, paternal side. Very much a fisherman. He he taught me he would fish with a bait casting fishing rod. And he was equally as good casting with the left hand and the right hand. And we'd fish in these small creeks in Georgia. And you become incredibly accurate. And he was incredibly demanding. So I became incredibly accurate. And so a lot of those lessons were instilled there. Hunting for quail, hunting for deer, all of that stuff that we know and love. And all of those like little bit majestic moments of that too, you know, of the dogs pointing and then feeding the dogs.
Yeah. Do you think really that had a prominent impact on your desire to want to join the military, like having that as an influence?
I don't think so. Nobody in my family had really been in the military. I had an uncle that unfortunately passed away, but he was in Vietnam. But my grandfather, the one that I was speaking of, Big Dad, he was too young for World War I and too old for World War II. So he worked in a shipyard, you know, during the time of the war. And then my dad was in the National Guard, but I didn't even know that until I'd already joined the military. Oh, wow. So I can't really say that there was. I think it was more a matter of my high school grades and the fact that your ass is going to join the military because either that or you're going to go to jail. It's that kind of up to you. It was one of those.
Did you get in a lot of trouble growing up?
I did. Yeah. I'm not saying a lot of trouble, but I definitely did my share of lying to the point where I detest that now. So I think that worked itself out. And I was definitely due for a whipping a lot of times. You know, it wasn't like I had mean parents. I think I deserved a lot of it, as my school teachers would probably tell you that too.
Did you play any sports?
I did. I swam, and that was very beneficial for my life and the SEAL teams to come. But I played football as well, not very well, but I could catch okay. And I played basketball and did some track as well.
Siblings?
I do. I have one sister. She's about 6 years younger than I am.
Oh, okay. Were there any significant moments in your childhood that impacted you, really either way, either immensely positive or negative, that stand out?
The one that really pops into my mind, like when you say that right there, there was a tragic death in my childhood, and it was my cousin and her newly born infant. Oh, wow. There was a family wreck when the circus was coming to town, and one of my cousins had a car wreck, and it resulted in both of them passing away. And I can remember very vividly the family being around when my dad came back from the hospital, because my mom and my dad, most people in my family were in the healthcare profession in some shape or fashion. And I remember when he came back and he told us, you know, of their death. And that one was like, I think that was, you know, as a child, for everybody, you know, when you encounter death for the first time. And I think that one is.
So of course the path going into the military was largely funneled based on behavior and circumstance, choices made, et cetera. But
yes, sir.
Can you walk us through the mental process of A, why the Navy, and B, kind of as you're joining and you find out about the SEAL teams, what the allure was? Especially back then, because again, like painting the backdrop or context of, it's hard to even wrap your mind around thinking of spending your entire childhood joining the military, having no knowledge that naval special operations is even a thing. So being introduced to it as you're coming in the military, what was going through your mind, and just kind of walk us through all of that.
Funny you should ask, Mike. So anyway, like I said, it was pretty much in the cards that young Chuck was joining the military. It was just a matter, and my mom and dad were pretty stringent on the fact we're going to listen to all 4 recruiters. And that's the way it's going to go. Marine Corps guy shows up first, you know, awesome.
Knife hand.
I think I'm going to do, I was guaranteed a high quality job like in hydraulics or something, whatever, you know, but anyway, you know, I was ready to sign the line just because he looked awesome. And then the second guy was the Navy guy, Rick Howell, and he was very awesome and straightforward. But I'm going to go to this point right now. So a PBY, a flying Navy plane, had landed on the lake near my home sometime when my mom was in high school. And those sailors had to stay in town for about a week for that plane to be repaired. And during that time, my mother and a lot of the other women from the young ladies from the town, they really liked those sailors. So my mom really liked the sailor's uniform. She really liked Rick Howell when he came to talk, and I knew all of this ahead of time. Yeah. And then Army guy came, flipped through the book, Green Beret. I was like, I want to do that. And he was like, well, you can't do that. Same with the Navy guy. I flipped to the back of the book with the divers, the EOD, and the SEAL team. And I was like, I want to do that. And they were like, you can't do that. You can do it if you volunteer once you go in, but that's kind of the way that rolls. And then the Air Force guy was just like, I think you're too dumb, dude. It was like one of those deals. And so anyway, I picked the Navy. The recruiter was awesome, and he was very helpful and very much of a mentor. And in fact, later on, when I became a commanding officer, he came to my change of command, which was really great.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it really was. He was a super guy. And so anyway, did the basic military requirements so I could pick up a pay grade out of boot camp and things like that. That kind of lined that up. And then went down to the MEP station, did all of the stuff with that. And I want to throw this in here for you because it's really fantastic. On that, right in that moment in time, before I'm about to go get on the bus to drive to Orlando, Florida, I'm standing outside, and there's a whole group of people that are joining, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, whatever, and we're just all in a big group. And there were these fraternity guys that were standing out there together. So I'm trying to be cool, and I'm standing over by them. Realistically, they probably just got thrown out of college, and I think they were all going in the Army to be aviation warrant officers. Yeah. And one of them just pipes up to this other guy, and I'll never forget that. And he goes, you know what my dad says? My dad says the best thing to do is you join the military as an enlisted guy, and you stay an enlisted guy for 10 years, and then you become an officer and be an officer for 10 more years, and then that way you can retire as an officer. And you know what? At the end of the day, that was probably the best advice I ever heard, in the big scheme of things.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So as you went in and you're going from MEPS to Florida, or I guess you had already had some exposure, in the back of the book, seeing EOD diver SEALs, but there's not much info there. So at what point did you say, yeah, that's what I want to do, and I'm going to volunteer and try out for it as soon as I can? Was it at that moment?
It was. Yeah. It was. And I wanted the quickest path to that. And the recruiter guy, Rick, he was super awesome. He was like, you want the quickest path? He goes, here's the quickest path. I don't sign you up for any A school. You pick an apprenticeship program, which is a 3-week course of instruction, as you well know. You can be a seaman, a fireman, or an airman. You pick one. And while you're in SEAL while you're in boot camp, you need to get picked up you need to go do the screening test and get picked up for it. And that was the path. And it was extremely easy. In retrospect, when you look at it, It's simply like you raise your hand, you go over and do these physical things, and provided your vision's good enough, and your medical records going, they just kind of, after your A school, or if you're, of course you have to be in one of the core ratings. At that moment in time, we did not have our own SEAL rate or a SWIC rate or anything like that. And they just pick you up and pull you right in, and that's...
Yeah. So that was the path? Mm-hmm. So you didn't go to any A school. You did that 3-week program and then went straight to BUBS?
Well, they had core A schools. Like if you went to a high-end electronics technician or any of the nuclear ratings, you couldn't do that. But I forgot what exactly the wording was, but like yeoman, bosun's mate, hull tech, gunner's mate, all the gunner's mate rates, for the most part.
So did you pick one of those?
Mm-hmm. You just pick one of those, you go to the A school, and then after A school, you would go to SEAL training.
Which A school did you pick?
I was an undesignated guy, so I went to Fireman Apprentice School, which was 3 weeks long directly after boot camp, and I cautiously waited for my orders to pop. But when I went through my screening test, I did it for Navy diver. I did not do it for the SEAL teams. I'm going to tell you why. Like I said, I've got like a recurring theme in my career, and I'm naive about certain things. And I truly in my heart believed, Mike, that a Navy SEAL was probably like an orphan that grew up in an orphanage that just had to learn to fight in the inner city like his whole life and was like an incredible badass, which they are. And that was the way that they picked them. They were like, this kid hadn't got a mom or dad. Let's move it. And I really thought it was that way. I did. Yeah. And so I was like, I know I probably can't do that. So I need to get a feel for it. So anyway, I screened for the Navy diver, in which I picked up orders to Honolulu, Hawaii. But en route, they moved me from RTC Orlando, Recruit Training Center Orlando, to Recruit Training Center Great Lakes, where I worked at the swimming pool as a lifeguard with a bunch of other guys that were waiting to go to either EOD school, dive school, or SEAL school. And it was at that time I met Herbie Haskin, who was a senior chief Navy SEAL. And that's when I changed my tune and realized I was surrounded by guys that were just like me. Yeah. Let's retake the screening test, get in the pipeline for SEAL training, and I did.
It's amazing how meeting one person in those very formidable first year of being in the military can drastically change your path that way. Certainly fortuitous that you ran into him. Physically, were you, was it a huge challenge passing the test, or was it not a big deal?
It wasn't a big deal, especially for the diving one. I was a really good swimmer, so I crushed that thing, hard. I want to say the hardest thing was just like the strictness of doing the perfect push-ups, which I think was 30 at the time, and then followed by 30 perfect pull-ups, which of course, the deal. You end up doing 12 because somebody's standing there going, that one's not good enough, and you keep doing it.
Was 30 pull-ups back then?
No, I'm sorry. It was 6 pull-ups.
6, yeah.
If I said 30, it was my bad.
No, I know. I remember when I came in, and I don't know if the test was the same because this was the mid-90s.
It was 30 push-ups, my bad.
Yeah, it was 42 push-ups, 50 or 52 sit-ups, 6 pull-ups, the 1.5-mile run, and a 500-yard swim. But to me, I remember taking that test and kind of thinking like, that was it, and I, to this day, I still think, from my perspective, I get having maybe a little lower threshold to try to get more guys in the door, because there are guys occasionally that barely pass that test that do make it through. But to me, it's such a poor reflection of how difficult the training is. I think it kind of underserves the pipeline to get guys through the door. I think it's still that way.
It's ridiculous how strong the guys are by the time they hit day one or whatever. It's.
So during that time of switching to get into the SEAL pipeline and getting ready, and then ultimately showing up, not having much information of what to expect. What did you expect, or were you just kind of like, well, we'll see what happens, and hopefully I can make it, or what was going through your mind as you show up?
Well, right as I graduated boot camp and I was in that apprenticeship school, that's when First Blood came out with Sylvester Stallone. So I knew exactly what I was doing. That was it. That had to be what it was. Yeah. That was what they were going to make me into. And I'll tell you, that naive thing comes back. A lot of that, I really dived into the history, of what I could find of the SEAL teams. And one of the things when we were in Great Lakes is we would recruit SEALs, divers, and EOD. So I would show this recruiting film over and over to where I had it memorized. Hitler's Fortress Europe, the Normandy coast, studded with various landmines, posed an obstacle for incoming forces. We needed a new breed of man, the Navy frogman. Me and this other group of guys who I pretty much continued my entire career with, we were 100% all in. Yeah. And we consumed everything that was about being a Navy SEAL.
Yeah, man, that's awesome.
It gets me all fired up right now, thinking about it. And I was like, and coming to see you, that was one thing. I was like, I know I'm going to be able to unleash Fireman Apprentice Hayes, HT2 Hayes, HM1 Hayes, and Chief Hayes. Because I really enjoy those guys.
Yeah, that's amazing. So I guess going through training then, what's, to me, one of the most fascinating things about the entire pipeline and the entire history of Naval Special Warfare is BUDS hasn't changed all that much. Obviously, there are some changes, but so many of the benchmark evolutions and, generally speaking, the process, I know sometimes they've shifted phases around or added a week or whatever, but by and large, the pipeline is still relatively unchanged comparative to everything else in the military. Mm-hmm. Were there, I guess, moments or instances throughout training that had you on the bubble that you almost failed or were cut from, or was it relatively smooth?
Oh, I was a terrible runner. I was the number one swimmer in the class and a terrible runner. And mediocre in Hell. I'm sorry, not mediocre in Hell Week. I was probably in the top 10 with the O course, but I wasn't fantastic. But I don't even know how many running chits I had. I got put essentially on double secret probation. They were going to throw me out for, failing runs. And I just couldn't run, man. And I could sprint, and that would piss the instructors off sometimes, because I would sprint like the last 200 yards, and they would be like, anybody that can run that fast the last 200 yards. Yeah. And I would goon squad every time, and I would goon squad you, or back then, they'd goon squad you for a while, and then they'd make you do sprints. And then if you won the sprint, they'd let you go, so I would get let go pretty quick. But man, I was terrible at that. Failed dive physics twice. That was almost got nuked on that one. Yeah. I certainly had my level of deficiency chits.
Yeah. Is there a single thing that stands out from training memory-wise, like that comes to mind first when you just look back at going through BUDS?
I loved it. I loved, especially my first phase instructors. They were like gods, and my pre-training instructor, Henry Delacruz, those guys were like gods. And but when you say that, the Hell Week experience was incredible and awesome. And strangely, one of our senior chiefs came in. I don't want to say he was a guest first phase instructor, but he wasn't out there all the time, but he came out and he talked to us like right before Hell Week. And he was like, here's the deal. He's like, just don't quit. Make it all the way through. He goes, by now what a Navy SEAL is and what a Navy SEAL is going to do and you're going to do in your career. He's like, just don't quit. Do it for yourself. Do it as a man. And he goes, and if you want to quit, he goes, then Monday morning, after it's all said and done, you just stand up and walk out there and ring that bell. And he goes, you'll still get a Hell Week t-shirt and everybody will respect you. And unbelievably, Mike, we had 2 guys that did that. We had tons of people that quit in SEAL training. I mean, in Hell Week. Boatloads.
2 guys after Hell Week?
After Hell Week.
Wow.
Went and rang the bell after it was over. And we never, they got great orders and all of that stuff. They just didn't want to be a SEAL.
That's amazing.
I know, something else.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
It was insane. I mean, when I think back on it, it was like
we had an officer quit in 3rd phase. But that's the only guy I remember ever during my entire career, both as a student and then as an instructor, the last few years I was in, where somebody quit afterwards.
Our class leader quit, I want to say, almost finishing 2nd phase. Yeah. Because his wife wanted him to.
Oh, wow.
And I hated that. And he went on and had a fabulous career in the Navy. Commanded a destroyer and a cruiser, had a great career. Wow. But always always thought back on that and felt bad, like he couldn't talk to us.
Yeah. Man, do you remember how many guys started and how many originals finished?
I want to say in 124, which I was not an original finisher of. I think we started with like 80 something and we graduated maybe 15. Yeah. And then the class that I graduated with, 125, I don't believe it had anybody quit in Hell Week, which of course I did not go to Hell Week with them. But I give them a hard time about that still to this day. I think we graduated like 50, which was huge. I don't know how many they started with though, but it was a large graduating class.
Yeah. That's surprising. Only 80 started.
Yeah, I think that's correct to the best of my recollection.
Did you get rolled for dive physics or what was it?
No, I got a stress fracture in my foot in 2nd phase on our last week of Draeger. So I'd already been through everything that I felt like was hard and successfully negotiated dive physics and all the other tough stuff. And then I got a stress fracture one morning on a run. And so that rolled me all the way back to the beginning. So I had to do pull comp, treading water, and all of that stuff.
All the fun stuff.
All over again, which was fantastic. It was great. Recommend it for everyone.
So you graduate 125, go to Benning right after that. What was your first duty station?
So after I finished, I went straight to SDV school.
Oh, really?
In Coronado. Because I volunteered for SDV school because that naive thing again. Yeah. The instructor's like, hey, some of you guys are going to go to SDVs, and if any of you guys did really well in dive phase, you might as well just pick which coast of SDVs you want to go to because that's where you're going to go. I bought into it. I said I wanted to go to the East Coast SDVs. Everybody in our class got basically their first choice. I think one guy had to go to SEAL Team 5 when he wanted to go to SEAL Team 3, but that was the limit of it.
Yeah.
And so I went straight there, and I ended up going to Lakehurst, New Jersey for jump school in the Navy jump school, which was kind of a unique thing.
I didn't even know that. I mean, it doesn't exist anymore, obviously, but man, that's wild. I've never even heard of that. I also didn't realize that SDV school at that time was in Coronado. Mm-hmm. Was SDV team not in Pearl Harbor at that time on the West Coast?
They were not. SDV Team 1 was located in Coronado.
Wow. But the schoolhouse for SDV was all on the West Coast, and they sent you to one or the other. So your first duty station was SDV 2 at Little Creek. How long were you there for, and what was that like?
I think I was there for about 2.5 years, and it was great. Had great mentors there. Had a great group of guys, 2 of which were my roommates and buds. You just jump in the pipeline there. Lots of cold. It was really cold. Our advanced operator training was in the winter. Yeah. Got really used to the cold. Well, no, I take that back. Never really got used to the cold, but it was very cold. It's very difficult and challenging to be good at driving SDVs and navigating SDVs, and I got a good feel of that.
Do you know, I mean, from what year did you retire?
I retired 2 years ago in 2022.
Wow. Technology-wise, the SDV itself, has that changed much since then?
I'm not too familiar with them in the last, listen to me, in the last 20 years. So I really don't know. But up until that point, up until the point that I was there, they've pretty much been the same. You know, there had been some advances probably in the batteries but the boats that I was in, and then probably for a decade later, I think they were pretty much, they're pretty much the same, you know, rudimentary navigation and stuff. Not as primitive as you and I with an attack board, you know, swimming through the water, but you know, it was.
It's such an interesting capability. I mean, it makes me think that the reality of frogmen doing actual original frogmen missions, especially now, but even 20 years ago, are like, I don't know when you would have individual swim pairs do it versus an SDV team go knock it out and have 100x the capability, you know. And it's one of those things, too, where it seems like it's almost the bastard child of the SEAL teams in a way, in that most guys don't want to go there. They're disappointed if they get sent there. But it is such a unique capability, and one that there's just nothing else like it in the U.S. military.
It's really come into its own. I don't believe that you can go directly to SDVs anymore. Really? I think you have to, you know, you have to have proven yourself, you know, as a competent operator.
That's interesting.
I don't know if that's right or not. I think it is.
Yeah. So you're only there for a couple of years. Where did you go after that?
So when I got through with that, the entire time that I'm at SDVs, myself and my little cohort, we all want to go to development group. That's where you want to go. That's where you want to go. That's where you want to go. And so we were hell-bent for election to go there. And I was very fortunate. I think that there was basically 2 ways you got picked up back then. Somebody knew who you were and gave you the old thumbs up. You probably heard those stories. Mm-hmm. Or nobody had any idea who you were. So you by default got a chance. And I definitely fell into that category, I believe.
The hat on the coffee table sitting right in front of me belonged to Glenn Doherty. It was a John Deere hat that I gave him. He had it when he tragically passed in Benghazi. BUBS Naturals is a tribute to Glenn. They have collagen peptides, which I put into my morning routine every single morning, as well as the functional creamer / MCT oil that goes into it as well. They have hydrate or dielectric electrolyte drink mixes, which are great for pre-workout, during workout, and post-workout to get all the added sodium, potassium, magnesium, et cetera, that's required when you deplete it. You know, BUBS is a family company. The way that they started is, again, super close to my heart, with him being one of my closest friends for a long time. And I encourage you to go to bubs.com, and now there's a landing page specifically for Mic Drop listeners. Just enter the code Mike, M-I-K-E, all caps, and you get 20% off your first purchase at bubsnaturals.com. So that's www.bubsnaturals.com/Mike. And you can check out the Mike Drop landing page and go support an amazing cause.
So I was like 21, 22 years old.
Wow.
I'd done one Mediterranean cruise with the SDVs.
Yeah. In that SDV deployment, is that when you worked with the British SBS and did the stuff in Norway, or was that after?
That was just after that deployment, kind of as I was waiting to go, and that was a really.
It was a world record dive, or
yeah, we did a cold dive, and I'm not going to say how long it was because that would divulge it, but I will tell you this, that I was in there long enough that as the pilot of the submersible, the navigator noticed that I was having cognitive problems mentally and unable to make simple calculations, which a lot of my friends would say I have that anyway. But
outside of the water.
And so he was like, "Hey, mate, I think you need to service the boat now, mate," like that. But in true stiff British upper lip fashion, you know what they did? They just simply moved me over into the navigator thing and put him over there and allowed me to suffer.
Man, that's wild. What was your impression of the SBS guys? And did you work with any Norwegian special operations, or was it just the Brits?
They were there, okay. But they were not doing anything like what we were doing.
Yeah. What was your impression of the SBS guys from a sizing them up standpoint? Because this is early 80s.
That in that moment in time, the SBS that I was dealing with were the submersible SBS, and they're SBS operators. Most of them were veterans of the Falkland Islands War.
Yeah.
So they had already proven themselves, within their own right as a guy on the ground. They're awesome.
Yeah.
They're really really incredible, and they let you know how awesome they are all the time, and we deal it back in spades. Yeah. So there was a healthy competition there.
Yeah.
But they're very good, professional, very professional soldiers.
I just had an SBS guy on, Ant Middleton, just a few weeks ago, and man, it was such a neat conversation to just hear, his entire path and journey there, and the the similarities and the differences. But all right, so when you screened to go to DEVGRU at that time, what was that process like from selection, the initial shot that you get at it, and the green team equivalent, or what was that original or initial path?
I can't really remember too much about the actual interview process. I remember doing it. It went well. I don't think it's anywhere. I think it's a lot more subjective now. They've added elements of objectivity in there, with psychological screenings and different things like that. But for me, I remember going and talking to people, sitting like at the table and, getting that, but it was pretty straightforward. It wasn't that big of a deal. And then whatever happened behind the scenes, in terms of them passing your name around, does anybody know this guy or whatever.
So once you get the thumbs up, you can try out. Was there a green team like there is now, or and
absolutely?
And what was it like?
It was like BUDS 5.0. It was for me. It was for a lot of folks. I had never free-falled before. So when I went to there, it was like, here's the deal. We're going to teach you to free fall, and the instructors were great. But your 9th jump is going to be a diving, full combat equipment exit from the back of a C-141 aircraft. Wow. And you better be good at it, because if you're not, you're going to be headed back to SDV Team 2. It was that straightforward. And being an SDV guy, I had never been trained in close quarter battle at all. Very, very limited and rudimentary land warfare skills, which I think actually that turned out to be more of a blessing, because I didn't have any bad habits to break. I just absorbed what it was. Yeah. And the cadre there was phenomenal, and, you looked up to them like crazy. Yeah. It was all in.
Was there the same level of emphasis put on CQC back then, the way that it is now?
Absolutely. That was all of it. You could get gone very quickly, just like you can right now, if you shot a hostage target. Yeah. You're gone. Yeah. That and accidental discharges.
Game over.
Anything like that meant that you couldn't run around in a room shooting live bullets with other teammates in there safely, you're gone pretty quick. We lost a lot of guys. We lost a lot of really good guys too.
Yeah. Do you remember how many guys started Green Team and how many finished? Both?
I would say we probably, I'm just guessing here, I would say we probably started 25, and I would say we lost, and you're talking about cream of the crop dudes, I would say we probably lost 7.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I doubt if they do it now. It's very, or ever what the situation is. But we had an E8 in our going through with us. I was like an E5. Most of us were E5s, E6s, but Chiefs and E8s would go through as well. And they had to perform exactly like everybody else. There was no, you had to get it done.
Yeah. So once you make it through that, can you talk about what squadron you went to and what it was like operating there then?
Yeah, I went to Red, and the teams back then, they had their own personalities, and I was excited all the way around. And I had one of my Green Team instructors came up to me, and he's like, "You're going to Red, and you're going to love it," and he was absolutely right. And
What was the personality differences squadron to squadron, and did they have the same numbers that they do now?
When I went, I don't know how long that Red had been in existence. To begin, at the beginning there was just blue and gold, and then they created Red, I think, prior to Grenada, and because Red went to Grenada, all of them went to Grenada and did different things to answer that. But blue, blue was, they're hardcore tough dudes. They're flannel shirts and, not that we all weren't, but they're flannel and they'll punch you in the face. It was like they're tough, man. Those guys are big and they're tough. And gold was a little bit more refined. You know what I mean? They'd drink a cappuccino and wear some Gramici climbing pants, and they're looking forward to the next climbing trip. So they were the cooler cats.
The Hollywood guys. Almost.
Yeah, I really didn't know that much about Red. I knew that the couple of instructors that we had were from there, but they were, one in particular was a phenomenal shooter. I mean, he was John Shaw good,
wow.
Just phenomenal, so we all looked up to him a lot. And when he told me I was going to Red, I was like, oh yeah.
So what was the personality of Red an amalgamation of blue and gold, or was it totally different?
It was intense professionalism. It was, we thought we were good. We're idiots, but, Green Team, you're like, you can make us our own assault team. We're like the best, like that. You go in there. And I just remember, we do CQB a lot, many times a week, almost 365, out of the whole year. You just do it a lot. And I remember the first time I went in the 7-meter range, you warm up just on 7 meters, and you start with a pistol. And back then we were MP5 9mm machine guns was what we were doing. We'd do a warm up, and so you would start off with the gun in the holster. You would draw it, 2 shots, put it back. Do that a couple of times, and then move a little bit further back, and then you go back up forward. You pull out your SMG, your machine gun, and do the same thing and back all the way up. And I'm a good shot. I was one of the best shots in the Green Team, no doubt about it. And on a good day, I could beat everybody. And, of course, guys could beat me too, And I was with my new crew, my new boat crew, and we're doing that. And when I get through, the boat crew leader would walk down the aisle and critique everybody. Not much. Say, hey, you need to tighten these up. If you had 1, 2 flying out. And, your first couple of shots with a pistol are literally from the hip. So to get those somewhere, it takes a little work. Everybody had punched out the center of their target about this big, right? And I had a lot of bullets there, but, I had a couple of that were like this. That wasn't flying. And then I knew... Then it's like we're in a different league now, and it's just like you got to be tight. Yeah. And it was very much a self-policing type of kind of thing. And of course, if you stepped 1 foot left or right the wrong way, you got tightened the hell up really, really fast.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's still some of that. It seems like there's less of the hazing and, we'll say, physical remediation. Back then, was that kind of par for the course, where if you screwed up or got out of line, made any mistakes that they're dragging you out back and turning the screws on you? Or
I really didn't hear of that happening too much because over there it was just like, no, you're gone, dude.
Yeah.
It especially if you had like less than 2 years over there. Oh yeah. It wasn't like anybody was gunning for you, but you had a backpack to carry, and it had a certain amount of weight in it, and you better be doing that, and you better be learning. And it was a lot of self-remediation. Like if you sucked at something, it was very much expected, I believe, that your boat crew leader would see you after work, would watch you after work, going out to the house to do remedial work and stuff like that. And it was very common to have guys that did not need any work because they were excellent, spending 3 hours after work shooting, just because over there you had pretty much unlimited bullets. You had unlimited reasons not to get excellent.
Yeah.
And perfect practice makes perfect. Yeah. And that's what you did.
Yeah. Was there any welcome aboard hazing?
Well, we had to drink a yard of beer. That was our thing. We had the yard of beer. And I can't remember when I first got there if that tradition had began yet, because you yard in and you yard out. I'm pretty sure it had. We had a Native American headdress, and when I got there, it was a child's toy with multicolored feathers that you would wear when you were yarding in. Yeah. We since grew into truly majestic headdresses that were legitimate and real. Wow. But back then so that was kind of the thing. And there was probably some fun that would go down if you decided to get married or something like that. And then there was and then obviously Navy-wide, you had the chief's initiations and stuff that were pretty legit.
Yeah. Obviously, that was a fair bit of time ago, and since then, to my knowledge, you haven't been back there in a leadership role, correct?
Not in a leadership role. I went back in a staff position as an officer later in my career, when I was a lieutenant commander. But
okay. I guess, broadly looking at the scope of your entire career and thinking back then to your knowledge, what do you think the biggest difference today is between when you were there versus the guys now?
I might could make some smart-ass comments about generationally, but, to say some generational stuff, but it's all unfounded. I'll tell you, because the cats that were in my platoons when I was a junior officer many years later, they carried the global war of terror on their shoulders just like you did. They were of your time group. So, and I remember how much I would harass them about them being weak losers, and then to watch them go kick ass in a war zone for 20 years straight. And some of them have 20 combat deployments. I realized I probably ought to keep my comments associated, but it seems the same to me. There's difference. Like. Back then, we all had stupid Varney glasses and Gramici climbing pants, and then everybody got a bunch of tattoos, and we didn't get tattoos because, if you got captured as a prisoner of war, if you had a tattoo, they're going to be able to track down who you were. It was these ideas. So generationally, you have all of these things change. I often laugh and tell some of my friends, I was like, if I'd have been in the tattoo generation, I don't have any tattoos, but if I'd been in the tattoo generation, I'd have probably had my whole body done and been scraped like 3 times and then had it redone again, depending on the clown show.
From an operational standpoint, once you made it through Green Team, you get into Red Squadron. What all did you do? How long were you there, and what all did you do, either deployment-wise or exercise-wise? What was your experience?
So I was there for 10 years as an enlisted guy. That's a lot. So I got basically every qualification that you could possibly get, really jumping heavy, did all of those qualifications, tandem master, bundle master, accelerated free fall jump master, did all of those over the period of time. I was a corpsman as well. When I first got there, one of my mentors at the team was the corpsman and I'll explain for the audience that in those days, you could be a Navy corpsman SEAL, and at that particular command in an assault team, you shot first and patched people up second. That was not your primary duty, even though you may have a med pack on. Your primary job was to be a Navy SEAL operator in whatever capacity that was. I knew he was leaving, and we didn't have really anybody coming up behind him. And I kind of always wanted to be a corpsman a little bit, but for whatever reason I wasn't. So I volunteered to go to Corpsman A school, which is really strange, leaving a command of that stature and putting a uniform back on as an E5 and going to become a class leader of 85 kids out of boot camp. But anyway, I did that, became a corpsman, came back, and then also went to Special Forces 18 Delta Long Course, which gave me the designation as a Navy independent duty corpsman. Yeah. And I did
you
that.
Can pass out drugs.
I pass out drugs, yeah. With the doctor's consent, you know, I pass out drugs. Yeah. And then a high point of that too, not of that, but another thing that I did, I went through the SAS selection, jungle selection in the Pacific. I'm not going to talk about the country or something because there was stuff there, but it was in the Pacific in that moment in time. And the way I thought, I always wanted to become a jungle warfare guy. I always wanted to understand that. And so they asked for volunteers, but the way they sold it was that we were just going to shadow the instructor cadre of the SAS in the jungle for 2 months straight. Yeah. And I was like, Roger that, I'm all in. So me and 3 other guys, we volunteered up for that one. Little did we know when we got over there that we were going to be students in essentially their SEAL selection or their SAS selection. And we were going to have assigned to us a swim buddy who were in, you know the deal, Mike, when you got a swim buddy that's assigned to you and that person is not a special operator yet, you know, you feel a level of responsibility to doing your very best. Yeah. And so anyway, we're in the jungle for 2 months straight and it was incredible. I learned a ton. We had tribesmen, 2 tribesmen that were there, and we got to watch them build like all of those Johnny Rambo First Blood booby traps, and we learned how to make those things. Wow. And there's a thing that was really pretty weird. It was hard to, it came back later on when I found out there's a little bit more to everything that we see. They talked about a thing called jungle sense. They were like, after you've been in the jungle for a month, you get like a jungle sense. And then after that, after maybe 2 months, you get like your second jungle sense. And it's real. And I remember one time a guy they would fly people in on the helicopter and they would land them on the top of the hill and they would come down. All of the rest of us are just living in our little bashers out in the jungle. You know, if you bathe, you don't use any soap. You just go down and shake yourself off in the creek and then come back up. I could smell the shampoo in his hair like 50 yards away. Yeah. I could smell the shampoo. And your senses become heightened. And things that I couldn't see, which were dead giveaways later on, it just became expanded. Like tracking somebody through the jungle, oh man, you can do it. It's easy. You know, if you stay out there long enough, you can just really do it. And it was incredible. You know, the moving around in the jungle. Yeah,
that's fascinating. I know. I mean, I've seen or I guess been aware of similar. I don't want to call it a claim because I don't dispute it. I mean, I've seen a lot of different evidence of that, whether it's like Papua New Guinea or different places where people who are from there, that grew up there, that are in their 40s, 50s, whatever, their senses are just on such a different level in that way. But I suppose it's not really too dissimilar than I think human beings have a capability and capacity to do that wherever they live, because you could say the same thing about somebody who grows up, say, in an inner city, that somebody's not from there, like you can tell immediately, like this person's, like even if it's a busy metroplex, that motherfucker's not from here, or, right. Whatever, like that car is off, or, whatever. Cops have the same thing when they're, pulling people over, and they get so good at reading body language. I mean, so I suppose it stands to reason, but it's such a foreign concept, I think, as most of us have never spent any time, certainly didn't grow up there, that you become almost animal-like in your ability to sense, certain things that the jungle has to offer. That's really cool that they allowed you guys to go through that. I mean, what an amazing opportunity.
The tribesmen dudes, the tribesmen guys would not let us go hunting with them because we made too much noise.
Yeah.
It was like, I didn't see any wildlife there for probably a whole month in the jungle.
Yeah.
Until one day I saw an orangutan, and they were like going, yeah, because you make too much noise, stupid. Yeah. It's just like, we might as well have a set of cymbals going through.
Yeah.
Just can't walk quiet enough.
Yeah, that's wild. So in your 10-year span, other than that experience, deployment-wise, can you talk about any of the things that you did? And what was that 10-year span year-wise?
Yeah, so when I was going through 18 Delta, they have a section in between the first phase. My first phase was in San Antonio, Texas for about 6 or 8 months or something. And then they have about a 2-month break. And in that 2-month break, the Army guys that are going through with me, they go through a leadership training, and then we pick back up in the second phase in Fort Bragg for Goat Lab. Well, during that second phase, in between that, I went back to the command, and we left for Operation Just Cause in Panama. So immediately. So I went straight into combat there. That was the first time that I'd ever been to combat, was in Just Cause.
What was it? I mean, two things, I guess. My first thought is that would be a little nerve-wracking if I put myself in your shoes of having spent 6, 7, 8 months basically non-operationally in a classroom, and now going back. I mean, did you feel rusty? Did you jump right back in and like a well-oiled machine? And how did they let you know, and what was going there like?
Well, when I came back, the team leader came out of the team room and he's like, hey, what's up? He's like, pack your shit. We're leaving for Panama tomorrow, or something like. That's the way that went down. Yeah. In terms of rusty, not really. You just do so much close quarter battle and so much training when you're there that I don't know if that's just me being cocky in my own mind, but I'm like, I'm solid. I'm good to go. So I didn't feel like that. I was very excited. I was in my early 20s, so I was ready to go kick some ass.
Yeah.
Because over there, it's like you're practicing for the Super Bowl that you never get to go to.
Yeah.
And that's the way it had been. And so I was really fired up about that. Did that answer?
Yeah, it did. I'm curious, can you talk about what you guys did there?
Yeah.
Did they give you kind of the con ops of, hey, here's where we're going, here's why we're going, here's our mission objective? Did they give you all that?
Yeah, so...
All right, look, half-ass sleep equals half-ass results. You can train like a beast, eat clean, hit the cold plunge, but if you're overheating in bed, none of it matters. Quality sleep isn't always about how long you sleep, but how well you sleep. And science tells us temperature plays a massive role in that. Quality sleep is a non-negotiable. Recovery doesn't happen in the gym, it happens when you're dead asleep. But if you're tossing, turning, and sweating, you're gonna wreck your performance. The chili pad isn't just for professional athletes or special operations. It's for anyone who wants to sleep hard and recover harder. You set your exact sleep temp anywhere from 55 degrees to 115 degrees and let the chili pad do the rest. It's built for performance. You can set it cold as hell at night, and then you can let it gently warm you up in the morning so you wake up ready to go. No alarms, no thermostat fights with your spouse. They sent me one, I tried it, and now it's part of my nightly kit. I'm getting deeper sleep, no night sweats, and I wake up sharp. Visit www.sleep.me/micdrop to get 20% off your chili pad with code MICDROP, all caps, all one word. That's free shipping, free returns, and a 30-night sleep trial to test it for yourself. Again, that's www.sleep.me/micdrop. Sleep cooler, recover faster, perform better.
The deal was to overthrow Manuel Noriega. That was the big thing, and we knew it was going to be a big deal, and we were going to have all of the major SOCOM Tier 1 players that were going to go down, and the Rangers had a big part of it and all of that. So we knew that much. I tell you what, Mike, simplistically, most of the time, the only thing we really ever wanted to know was what our ROE was.
Yeah.
Then that way we could figure out how to shoot somebody, because that was just, it's like, we're just going to go get some. And so we had all of that, and we knew that we were going to be responsible for trying to take down or disrupt that government, get Manuel Noriega and all of his top people, and by virtue of that was dismantling their entire military structure, which is what we did. Yeah. And so we went down and we captured a bunch of his colonels and his nephew, specifically to us. The first night that I was there, when the big operation went down, we were on a contingency force. So we were back on the Air Force Base waiting to get called out, which was a bummer because I could literally watch the commandancia get blown up by AC-130 gunship from where I was sitting. Yeah. It's really weird to be, if you want to call it, in a war zone when you're actually watching, from a protected area, watch it go down in real time in front of your, in front of your face.
I agree. I remember being in Iraq in the early days when the Jessica Lynch rescue operation took place. We were in a bermed out, I guess you could call it a fob. Not really. It was bulldozers made a berm in this little area, and we were posted up with, I think it was the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. But either way, we saw 3rd Battalion Rangers and DEVGRU go execute this mission, and we could see it similarly. It was like we're watching little birds fly overhead, and we're like, the fuck, and it was wild. It's like having box seats at a war, it's really a really strange experience for sure. So that was the first night. The second night, or subsequent days, I guess, did you guys go in and actually get
some? We did some strange operations. So we were going off of intelligence-based stuff. And a lot of times the intelligence wasn't that well honed. It wasn't as well honed as it was probably for you in Iraq or me in Afghanistan and what we're used to by this thing. So they would send us to people's houses sometimes, and sometimes the person we were looking for was there, and other times we were just bashing down the door of some poor people, and rummaging through their house to look for somebody that wasn't there, which did give me pause in my own mind, at sometimes. Yeah. We went for Noriega a couple of times directly, and he was not there, to a couple of his homes. So we had that going on. Like I said, we captured his colonel and his nephew, and one night I almost got killed. We actually used tanks and APCs. Now this was, it was not an M1 Abrams tank. It was like a Sherman or something, and an APC. It was not a Bradley. And they actually escorted us downtown, and we came out of the APC. I set up ground security outside with a few other guys while the main force went up to the 8th floor of a high-rise in order to go get the person that we were trying to get. I can't remember who it was. It was one of his guys or whatever. Yeah. And there were 2 identical towers there. And so we went up to the wrong 8th floor. We went up to the 8th floor in the wrong building, and blew it down. And when they blew it down, it blew like a sliding glass window out from the 8th floor thing, and it came down and smashed me over the top of my head and smashed me into the ground. I was kneeling outside in a security position, and strangely enough, me and one other guy on my team were the only people to have a ballistic helmet on, and it saved my life. It was an Israeli RDT&E ballistic helmet that I just happened to have on that night. And so it was tempered glass, and it shattered into a bazillion pieces over the top of my head as it smashed me into the ground. And
did it injure you to the point where it took you out of the fight, or?
No. Well, it smashed me into the ground, and I don't think it knocked me out. It just was like somebody hit me over the head with a sledgehammer, but I had a ballistic helmet on. Yeah. And so it took me a while to get my crap together, and everybody's like, "Are you all right, dude?" Like one of those deals. Yeah. And so I got my crap back together, and I was back online in like a minute or two, but I was really lucky on that one.
From a shots fired standpoint, did you guys get into many gunfights during that time, or was it pretty low resistance?
It was pretty low resistance. Yeah. We took over their Special Forces compound on Flamingo Island, and it was completely intact with nobody there. All the guns, all the bullets, literally underground bunker warehouses full of RPG rounds and bullets, which I have little doubt that gave us the RPG-7 rounds that we probably shot for the next decade at the command and other commands, including your commands and stuff. It was just tons of stuff like that, but very little resistance. All the places that we went, we shot, but it wasn't like it was in Afghanistan and Iraq, We used live breaching charges on everything, and it was a great training war, if there's a such thing as that.
Kind of a good intro to gunfights and combat.
Had some people get hurt, so I get to be a combat medic some, that was good to get the practice of the the shock of that.
Coming back from that, obviously the 80s was relatively benign and peaceful and quiet from a military standpoint, at least as the United States is concerned. Was there a little bit of we've been to war now and, kind of peacock feathering a little bit of having just gotten back from the show?
It probably was for a little bit, but it was so quick. We called it a flash in the pan, because it was literally, we were back, it was only like 2 weeks we were gone.
Yeah.
And I came back and then went back to 18 Delta and finished Goat Lab, which was, and I'll tell you something too on that. I think we started with 80-something people there, and I know these numbers sound very much the same, and they are, and we graduated like 15 people. The attrition rate of Special Forces 18 Delta was as harsh as, SEAL training. And so I came back from there and I got really lucky because I'd been through 18 Delta. I got picked to be the lead medic in El Salvador, Special Forces medic in El Salvador, for a period about 6 months, I believe, during the El Salvadorian Civil War, which I really wasn't directly a ground person on that. I was out of San Salvador, which is the capital, but I did get to go off into the areas and have contact with the Special Forces advisors that were operating in those areas, and that was a great experience from an Army perspective, kind of filling the role of an 18 Delta over there.
Plus more jungle time for you, already having some of that experience, right? Yeah.
Partially like that, yeah.
What happened after that? And you were at DEVGRU from, 86 to 96?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, yeah. So moving forward, I guess, the first Gulf War, Somalia, walk us through, I guess, the rest of your time at DEVGRU.
The first Gulf War, we were very excited about. I remember being at an advanced jump training when that kicked off, and we just knew that we were going to get to go, and it was going to be awesome. And we're going to get to do everything that we always did. Well, it did not turn out to be the case, and the speculation was, and I don't know if it's true, but it's what we kind of ran with, that we had pissed off General Schwarzkopf back when he was a colonel, and destroyed some ranges or something at some obscure Army base somewhere. Like I said, I don't know if any of this is true. Anyway, he already had a taste in his mouth for Navy SEALs and especially our organization. And what we heard was, it was like, you are not coming to this show at all as long as I have anything to do with it. Yeah. So I think there was a couple of select things that did go down, but I was not a part of any of them. So I got to watch that one on the sidelines as most of the rest of us did.
Yeah,
but
and then moving forward, was it just lots of training until Somalia? Did you end up going to Somalia, or?
No, I didn't. Four members of my team went to Somalia. Delta needed some augmentation, and they picked 4 of our snipers who ended up going with them, and being pretty good friends, very good friends with all of them. Upon their return, it was very, very eye-opening what they had encountered and what they did which is very well documented in Black Hawk Down. It's very obvious and I think that I just never assumed that warfare could be that aggressive as it was on that day, on Bloody Sunday, the way it went down and just everything. And, had some very sincere conversations with my teammates that were there. And I remember one of them specifically saying, he said, when they got back to the thing they had to reload to go back out to what they had just come, they had just been in. He said, Chuck, I was taking the bullets out of the clips and loading them in my magazines one at a time instead of speed loading them in. He goes, because it was like, I didn't know that I wanted to go back out into, if I would ever come back alive, because just the level and the ferocity of the firefights was so great. And he said, but we did. We knew we had to go get them, and we loaded them up. We got back in those vehicles and just went right back out there. I have an incredible amount of respect for, folks that have had to endure that type of combat. Something else.
I've had a couple guys on. One was a Delta guy that was there, and one as a Ranger, and similarly, like, it was one of those rare interviews where, I would sit here for 45 minutes and not say a word, while they're telling the story, and just sitting here, like, the gravity and magnitude of what they're saying, and how descriptive they were, and just, it was, not bordering, it was emotional hearing them relive and recount that story, and to this day remains one of the gnarliest engagements I think that our country's ever been a part of, especially given what went down in such a condensed period of time. That level of kicking the hornet's nest over and it being so ferocious for, that period. Just so many hard lessons learned, and really just a heartbreaking story across the board. So I guess from then and your remaining 3 years, and by all means anywhere in between from Panama, first Gulf War, Somalia, were there any other deployments or trips or operations that you were a part of that are worth talking about?
Yeah, let's see, when we were going to do the Haiti invasion, I was a team leader at that stage of the game. And it got called off at the last second. We were on board the USS America, and I knew something was up. We had our cami paint on. We were ready to go. Very well rehearsed. We had rehearsed quite a bit with all the elements, including the Rangers, which were very instrumental in setting up the cordons and blocking forces and isolating the different spaces and holding them for us to move in. And I remember that, and I remember when they came down and they canceled that. And of course, as a warfighter dude, that is not something that you want to hear. But in retrospect, when I think about that, when I was in Panama, I was a shooter. You know what I mean? And it was like there wasn't no stopping us. We were all a bunch of 200-pound, dressed in black, crazy dudes running around with machine guns. That's what we were. But on this one, I was a team leader, and my team's job. We were taking down the police headquarters, which was where the steroid dudes that back, if you ever saw the news clips, it was like these dudes with 203 grenade launchers and stuff, and we were gonna have to take that down. And I remember I definitely had a different air in my mind on that one, which was one like, it's like, we got to do this thing, and we're gonna be throwing hand grenades at one another. That's what it's gonna be, and it's just like time to cowboy up and go get some, But that one got pulled off, and I moved into a security job during that same operation, doing PSD for the commanding general that was down there for a period of that. So a small group of us were tasked with moving him around to all the different sites and securing his safety. That was General Hugh Shelton.
Oh, okay. He
was the 18th Airborne Corps commander, and then he went on to be JSOC, and then SOCOM commander, and then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Yeah, okay. He was an excellent guy.
Yeah. For your remainder of your time at Development Group, were there any other operations deployments that you went on that you can talk about?
Yeah, following my time, well, I was still a team leader at the time. As a chief petty officer, I went to Bosnia, and I was in charge of a security detail for the commander of all forces over there, specifically in the combat zone. But I would also follow him, me and another guy would follow him all over Europe in his duties and responsibilities in there. And that one was, that one from a leadership perspective, the team that was with me, I think it was 12 of us or 8 of us or something, they were all handpicked from my team, and they were known entities, fantastic operators. A lot of responsibility for each one of them, setting up the trips and sequential trips, because sometimes we'd visit 6 different places. And in that particular semi-permissive environment, it's shaky because you don't know, because the populace can walk around you and you can get mud sucked. And so my level in my own mind as the leader, in my mind, of a no fail, absolutely no fail. I'm not going to let my boss get shot. That just wasn't going to happen. I had a lot of stress in my own mind, and I was always extremely vigilant. I was kind of like another person during that moment. I mean, during those moments, and we had some shaky shit that would go on that I just did not like. The
Close
carotid.
calls?
What's that?
Pretty close calls?
Yeah. I'll tell you that there was two that really come to mind, and maybe I was overamping them, but whatever. Like the first time I went to the president in the Bosnian president's office upstairs, the boss had to talk to the president. And make no mistake, my boss was the president of Serbia, Bosnia, and Croatia. The 4-star that I was in charge of. That's what his real job. I mean, they had these puppet presidents up there, but at the end of the day, the United States was making the calls. Yeah. And anyway, I had the whole team up there, and it was my first time up there. And he's got his security dudes, and they're awesome. They're great. And I simply asked the guy, I was just like, "What's the layout of the president's office? I don't want to go in there. I don't need to go in there. That's overextending my thing as a bodyguard kind of agent in charge." And he's like, "You do not need to know that." And I'm like going, "Oh yes, I do. And I want to know." Because then he had a couple of people walk in that I didn't even know who they were. So my boss is in talking to the president, and I'm just like, I don't like this at all. And he was like, you stay where you are. You don't need to know nothing. And I'm like going, okay. So I called down to my guy and I was like, "Hey, give me a 4-man entry up here right now." And so I lined 4 of my dudes up outside that thing in a 4-man entry because I didn't know if it goes into sub offices or other stuff, Yeah. And anyway, that guy backed down pretty quick on that one. He's like, "No, I will show you. What is it." Yeah, like that, one of those other deals.
What was the second thing?
The other one, this one was, so you have Sarajevo and then you had Pale. And Pale was kind of enemy controlled up there. And the head guy there was Karadic, who was a war criminal. And if we came into contact with him, we were supposed to take him. Not my unit, but that was the mandate that was there. And if any of this is screwed up in a historical premise, this was my perception of it at this moment in time. So that's what it was. But the deal was, my boss, the 4-star, he would talk to Karadic's number 1 man, and they would have meetings, and we would facilitate those meetings in this cabin kind of close to outside of Pale, but outside of Sarajevo a good bit. And I want to say it's separated by 10 or 12 miles. I may be wrong with that, but it's winding mountain roads, very constricted and narrow. So a lot of times when we do that, we just call up and we'd have one of the armor units, U.S. or one of the foreign armor units, just basically make a corridor all the way up there, but they could only do it so far. And so when we would go up there, it would be sketch, totally sketch. We'd have an advance go up there and check it out, and then we would roll in, and when we would roll in, there would be these, they were probably Bosnian Croat, Karadic's dudes that were holding security there. And we would roll into there and with our team, and we'd surround it and facilitate this meeting. And I'd done it 2 or 3 times. So I do it this time, and they said, and I heard some hype about they're meeting some other guy, and I didn't know what that meant, And some of it, as a bodyguard dude, you stay in your lane and control what you can control, kind of thing. So we show up. And I always had this little sack that I would carry. It had like 6 Austrian hand grenades in them. They're about the size of golf balls. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I'll just throw these I was going to throw them into the little security shack or something because it was all going to go sideways pretty quick if it went. And the bad guy's team shows up, right? And they look like something out of a Mac Bolan book. They got like black turtlenecks on. All of them are like 6'6", black hair, and staring you down and all of this other stuff. And I could tell the dude that was in charge. And so when I went inside, he comes in and just like squares me up and just like looks straight at me. and then turns around and walks off. He's got, I didn't have a long gun. All my guys have long guns on. I've just got a pistol on. He's got a Safariland Rogers holster on, like the one I had, like that was kind of, the one that has the rotating bail thing that goes down. And so he goes in the back room and checks something out. And when he comes out, he comes around and he squares up with me again. And then now he's got his bail all the way forward. It wasn't that way before. Yeah. He's got his bail forward, like that. And he's like standing there looking at me. And he walks out and he's like looking at me over his shoulder. And so anyway, he goes out the door. I go in the middle of the room. I put my bail down and I put my hand down. So when he comes walking back in, I'm standing there like, here we go. And I swear to God, bro, I thought we were going to go, and he just like stopped, turned around, walked back outside the room. And then when he came back in, he had his bail back up again. So I guess we had done whatever needed to be done with that one. But it was, because you're just in weird land and you're going to have to extricate yourself and your boss way back.
Yeah. Wild. I just had a guest on that spent a fair bit of time there during that time as well, which is pretty wild. But I'm curious, this is kind of unrelated and almost comical by comparison, but in your 10-year stint at DEVGRU as a shooter, the movie Navy SEALs comes out. Did you go see it, and what did you think when being an active duty guy and it coming out?
So that got filmed, and it was filmed in Virginia Beach, and some of those dudes would be out, sometime, which we had no contact with. But I'm gonna tell you, and this is pretty funny. So the movie comes out, and it's pretty awesome. We're like watching it. We're like, whatever, this is cheesy, that's cheesy, all that other stuff. And our team leader at the time, and he's probably gonna watch this podcast, but that's fine. Like that, he goes, that's bullshit. And if they can do it, we can do it too. So we went and trained up in that one thing where they jump out of the plane and then immediately go on dive status and then go run through a house and shoot down. We did it all. There was a group of us that did it all, and it was, we trained up for it just to see if we could do it. And I got to be on that. So we flew an 8-way round with Dragers on and jumped, but we could do all that stuff. So it was kind of cool.
I'm curious, having seen the movie prior to me enlisting, are all of the one-liner sayings that are in that movie, were they things, or any of those things that you guys actually said to each other, or did they make them up?
I think they made them up, but they were very humorous.
Well, because they
what were some of them? Do you remember?
It's like, trust me with your life, not your money, or your wife. Was
well,
one
that was absolutely a Frogman thing. Yeah. There, that 100% was. Can you remember any more? I can be your validator here. That 100% was a Frogman saying right there.
Yeah. All right. So, spending 10 years at Development Group, and then, I don't know, did you decide to leave there? Was it an opportunity presented itself? Because obviously that's that's the pinnacle of the SEAL teams from a shooter's perspective or career standpoint. Was there a catalyst that made you decide it was time to go, and what was it?
Yeah, it was. I'd become a team leader when I was an E6, mainly because having been a corpsman SEAL in Red, I was able to stay there where they would take guys and move them out into training for a couple of years and bring them back. I got to stay there the whole time. So I moved up through that to leading petty officer of the team. And then from there, I became a team leader as an E6. And the reason for that, Mike, was I didn't study for the Chiefs test hard enough. But the bottom, so I took the Chiefs test a bunch of times. It didn't make it. So I was a team leader as an E6 doing my full tour there. I made chief kind of at the end. And I don't want to say I was getting burned out. I just got very used to the mission. I knew, we jump, we do CQB, we do land warfare, we do what we do. And I don't want to say I was becoming complacent, because I wasn't. It was just that I needed something else to do. And about that time, the Navy came out with the Navy SEAL Limited Duty Officer Program, which enabled a person to become an officer without having a college degree. And it just kind of came out. And when it came out, it was right about the time when I had couple of weeks that I had nothing going on. And I had been single the entire time that I was at the command, and I would volunteer for everything, that would come up. So this was pretty much just 2 weeks I didn't have anything. I was like, I'll just build a package and throw it in and we'll see what happens. And so I put the package in, and I stood a very good chance. I'd been the number one E6 at the command for 3 years straight, primarily because I was the only team leader that was an E6, because that's an E7 position. And then I'd been the Sailor of the Year in 1991. And that was back when the command was not smaller commands, it was one giant command. And so I figured that would carry a lot of weight. And so I put that in. I put the package in when I was an E6, and I was waiting for the chief results to come out. And so by the time it came out and it worked through all of its stuff, I'd been a chief about a year when I actually got commissioned later on. So that was the catalyst for it.
And so does that program enable you to get your commission and carry it without ever having to get a college degree, or is it you can get the commission without one, but then you have to go through school afterwards?
That's a great question. It behooves you to get a degree. You do not have to.
Okay.
It is not a requirement. My case was a little unusual. That once I became a limited duty officer, I got fortunate. I was picked up the very first year of it. We didn't really know what our jobs and responsibilities were going to be. We knew what we wanted them to be, and that was to be considered a regular SEAL officer, which is not what a limited duty officer is. But because it was a new program and we are the SEAL teams, maybe it could be. Maybe I could be an AOIC and then a platoon commander and all of that stuff. So that we kind of pushed that agenda. I say we, I mean me and the other LDOs. We just kind of floated that down that path. But we'll circle back probably to that part of the career. But to answer your question, I then decided 11 years after being an officer that I wanted to be an unrestricted line officer, which enables me to become a regular SEAL officer. And the commander of Naval Special Warfare afforded me that chance, and I needed to have a bachelor's degree to do that, which I got at night school and met that criteria. And I was fortunate enough to have met the milestones that a normal unrestricted SEAL officer had met to that stage. So it really didn't punitively damage my career.
Wow.
And I was able to make that transition a little bit later in the game.
So for that 11-year period as a limited duty officer, what are you allowed to do? Like, what capacity did that put you in?
I was able to do everything that a regular SEAL officer was able to do. As an ensign, I went straight to SEAL Team 4 and became their training officer right off the bat, because I essentially was a 16-year SEAL chief, but that's now an officer that just came from DEVGRU. So I know what's going on, especially in terms of training SEALs. Yeah. So I was put into that job at SEAL Team 4, stayed there for 2 years, and then was able to become a platoon commander. I was the first platoon commander, limited duty officer.
Wow. At Team 4?
At Team 4.
Yeah. What kind of jump was that, like going from 10 years at DEVGRU where you're a team leader, like volunteering for everything, crazy high op tempo, caliber of dudes, all have years of experience. Now you don't even get an AOIC or even a third O as a...
You get a butter bar.
Yeah.
You're an ensign.
I mean, and then jumping right into running a platoon where you've got guys fresh out of buds as part of the platoon. I mean, was that a culture shock? Was it like taking a step backwards, or what was that like?
Well, I kind of made a deal with myself in a way that I'd had a lot of my buddies leave DEVGRU, that I knew, that left for career reasons or whatever reasons like that. And I knew that when I left, I just didn't want to be one of those guys that is just trying to stay at DEVGRU even though I'm not at DEVGRU anymore. So if you think of DEVGRU as like a fast-moving train, it's like right in front of your face. I just turned around and walked off the platform. If I ever got the opportunity to go back there, that would be great. But I really wanted to reset my meter a little bit and see if I had what it took to be a good officer in the SEAL teams after having been, a chief. like getting back to that naive thing, maybe that's what it did. And I was fortunate to have a couple of great executive officers at SEAL Team 4 that were essentially like, we're going to turn you into an officer, Hayes. You're going to do some paperwork and you're going to like it, like that.
All the good stuff.
And that's when I came to another realization, that all of these people that watch all of these great movies that come out that has the SEAL officer, lieutenant commander, or a lieutenant running around kicking ass all over the place, there is no such beast as that. That's all the enlisted guys. You become and I've had to have a lot of hard conversations with a lot of junior officers coming up through the food track. I was like, you likely will not become the badass that you want, that you think that you're joining this organization for, but you're going to manage a lot of them, and you're going to be very proud in doing so, because that's kind of the deal.
So how old were you when you were the OIC? 30?
I was
or no, like 30.
I was what's his name in Tears of the Sun? I was that guy.
Yeah.
I was that guy.
Bruce Willis?
Bruce Willis. I was Bruce Willis in Tears of the Sun.
Yeah.
I was platoon commander about the time he was, and I think I was about the age that he portrayed in that movie of being like 35. I want to maybe I was 34 or something like that. I was pretty old.
Was there kind of a almost internal come to Jesus moment where you have this self-realization that your time as a door kicker is now over and now you're the puzzle piece guy at the 30,000 foot view? Like, was that a gradual shift into that role, or was there like a light switch moment where you're like, holy shit, this is just a totally different ball game?
It was gradual. At the time that I was a ensign and a lieutenant JG, I would still, as a training officer at SEAL Team 4, I would go on the trips to Mid-South, and help with the CQC portions.
Smoke everybody at shooting.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, beat everybody shooting and all that stuff. Yeah. My senior officers, my executive officer, my commanding officer, I will say that I am forever in debt to them to allow me to transition into that, which I think that they wanted it to happen a lot faster. But they were certainly kind to me and let me do it. They didn't make me grow up too fast. Not that I ever have, but certainly it certainly won the deal.
Yeah, I can imagine being in that position. Hey, this guy was all the whisperings of he's a dev group guy and now he's our AOIC or OIC. How much of the taking a shot at the title was there from all the regular Team 4 guys going on trips and, either trying to outshoot you or out PT you, or like, was there a lot of that, like you're kind of, your head's always on the chopping block kind of thing?
Absolutely.
Drinking and driving will change your whole world. The next time you're out with friends, consider what would happen if you got pulled over after drinking, like the legal fees or the time in court or a DUI on your record. Your decision to drink and drive could change someone else's world too, if you hurt or kill them in a crash. Instead, what if your decision to call a sober ride changed your world for the better? Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
It was the E5 dudes in my CQC cell. They were always taking great pride in beating my butt in whatever they could, whenever they could. Yeah, that was absolutely a thing, and it was.
That's just got to be exhausting. I know, like for any of our guys, like going to say jujitsu, it's like when they, if the gym finds out, oh, this guy was a SEAL, it's like every guy that you roll with that is a normal civilian, like just wants to rip your fucking head off all the time. Like, was there I guess a similarity there with that? Like, it just felt like guys were constantly coming after you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I believe that there's this certain congressman right now that was absolutely one of those guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
No shit.
Yeah, good old Congressman Van Orden. He did a great job of tightening me up. And,
he was,
he had another cohort in crime, first name Bruce, that they would put it to me on a regular basis, and it was fantastic.
Bruce's last name start with a C by chance?
Starts with an H.
I don't know if I know who that is or not.
They were stalwart, awesome instructors in my.
Vanna was awesome. He ran land warfare for my second platoon at Team 3, and we went to Fort Chaffee and. I mean, I was. It was one of the most impressive displays of, if you want to call it, cadreship, I guess. Even though I'd been at Team 3 for a number of years and had been through a lot of training blocks. Man, the professionalism and knowledge base and the way he ran the show out there. And this isn't to take away from any of the other guys that put me through any blocks of training, but it was just on a different level. Like, I was blown away at how good he was at his job. I mean, just a consummate professional. Shout out to now Congressman Van Orden.
Yeah, he's awesome, man.
Great dude.
He's doing good things for us in a whole nother arena
sure,
now.
yeah.
That's awesome.
All right, so you're the OIC at Team 4 this is what, late 90s?
It was. We were kind of like the Y2K platoon. So we went on deployment before the Y2K. And it was kind of a unique platoon, really a great platoon. My 2IC was actually senior to me by like a month, so we kept that under wraps and had a great job doing that. And our platoon chief had just recently, or did in the course of our workup, made Master Chief. And that had happened because back when you had different source ratings, his was an electronics technician, so he came up through the ranks really, really fast. And to his own credit, he was a former DEVGRU guy in the boats. And he said, I have never been a platoon LCPO before. I need to be one. I need to know what that feels like. He had been an LCPO over there, in the boat ranks and stuff. Yeah. But hats off to him, and he did a great job. And we had a great platoon, and a lot of super guys in there.
Yeah, I mean, putting myself in your shoes, there would be a daunting element, at least for me, jumping into an OIC spot after, especially in the regular SEAL teams, after being at SDV and then at DEVGRU for 10 years, which obviously those are very specific or specialized skill sets that require a set of, I would say, complementary traits to excel at in their own right, but it's still very different than being at a normal SEAL team, and especially at the helm of a platoon. Was there ever a time where you felt like your head was underwater a little bit and you were kind of over your skis, or was it seamless?
I would say it was seamless, but you couldn't tell me I was wrong at anything. I was hell-bent to have the best damn platoon that there's ever been, and I was going to be the best platoon commander that there ever was. All of that stuff, I was wide open on all of that. I knew that, SEAL Team 4, I was fortunate to be the training officer for 2 years. I always, in my mind, knew in my heart that SEAL Team 4's land warfare was unparalleled. That was back when the teams were working, in their specific AORs.
I wish it was still that way.
In a lot of ways, I do too. We lost a lot of expertise and certainly not a lot of language capabilities specific to SEAL Team 4 in South America with that. So that's what I thought. Now, was I right about that? I don't know. I was, cocky, ego, you got all that going on. So I felt like, with my platoon, I had a great chief with my master chief and my LPOs and most of my guys. I had very few new guys. I only had a couple, and they were totally malleable. They were going to be. You could tell. Yeah. And we were just like, I told them, we're going to crush it. We're absolutely going to crush it. And who we're not going to crush is our sister platoon. Why do we always call it sister platoon? I don't know, whatever. But you know what I mean? It's like, we're going to help them as much as we can, but we're going to be the best at the command, no matter what. And we did really, really well, and it was really, really hard. And I tell you what I did like, Mike, is I did like actually going through the very training that I'd helped create or perpetuate at SEAL Team 4 as a training officer too. And it was tough, man. It was great. We had incredible land warfare instructors that we would go at those moments in time, we'd go to Fort Knox and you could shoot 360 degrees. So with competent cadre, you never knew where the contact was coming from in certain areas of that, the range area that we would occupy, and put real claymores out at night, the whole 9 yards, and crank them off. And, it was awesome.
That reminds me of one of my first platoon at Team 3. The head master chief in land warfare was a guy named Mike Martin. I don't know if you know him.
I do, Mike Martin.
Vietnam guy.
Absolutely.
Similarly, like the fucking booby trap ranges that he set up with M112, like, full M112 block booby traps blowing up 20 feet away. And I mean, it's just like the shit he was doing. And he would use, he would incorporate, like IV bags into it, and it's like if you got wet, you're dead and you're out, kind of thing. It was that's a great idea. Yeah, it was a really cool way to do it because it just made everything that much more realistic. But
he was legend for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The time that you spent with the SAS in the jungle, being Team 4 at that time, being the jungle warfare platoons or team. Did you incorporate or pull any knowledge that you took away from that into any kind of TTPs or operational stuff at Team 4?
Short answer is no. I've always thought that, how our SEALs got away from like going to Ranger school. We send some to Ranger school or some to SF school. There definitely should be guys that go to the SAS Jungle because it's such an immersive experience.
Yeah.
Now, I was never in Panama with SEAL Team 4 or Unit 4 when it was down there for the guys when they would do that. So I can't speak to that. But I do know that the strictness of the actual TTPs that the SAS use, they are validated 100%, and it's no joke, and it's not fun at all. It is a very miserable way to operate in the jungle, but it's necessary if you're going to not get caught. Right. And of course I'm speaking in 3 decades old terminology now because I don't know what UAV and some of the modern day sensors and night vision goggles equates to in a modern day jungle scenario. I mean, I can speculate, but I've never done that or, actually tested it. So I don't know. But speaking to 30-year-old TTPs, it was really impressive. I tried not to press any of that on them, though I did try to get some guys to go. Yeah. I did have guys that had been through like the Colombian Special Forces selection and some of the other selections there, which they brought a lot of their TTPs to the jungle warfare.
Yeah. I do have a note. You went to Ranger school, is that right?
I went to Ranger Light Leader School.
Okay.
And what that was during that moment in time at DEVGRU when Rangers were really starting to interoperate with us, if you want to call it that, the leadership of the command, or maybe the higher command, decided, you guys need to know how these guys operate. So they would take team leaders and above of all the assault teams and send us to Fort Benning to go to Ranger Light Leader School, which was sometimes comical, my friend. But I'll tell you what I found out from there. And Rangers are badasses, and they will kill you, and you will not like it when they do. I remember they'd have OPFOR, and you would get, back then we'd get the miles gear, but you'd really dial it in, like get it really squared away because you would use it the whole time. It was a primary source of training, a training piece of gear. And I remember them telling us, it's like, okay, just walk through these woods, file formation, staggered file, do whatever you want. Just go ahead and patrol in a bearing of blah, blah, blah for this far. You're going to come into contact, and when you do, go ahead and respond to contact the way that you would normally do it. And you know the deal, when the miles gear is shooting at you, you start chirping if the bullets are coming really near you, and then of course your vest just goes off into the dead tone of once you get shot. And all of a sudden we started getting shot, and we went to our bellies and started returning fire, and I could not return fire because I couldn't even get the side of my face off the ground because I was chirping so hard as I saw shadows flanking me off to the right, and then they just mowed right through us and killed us all like so fast. Wow. And I was like, that's bullshit, but it was nothing you could do. Yeah. And then after that, we went to the range, and we got to watch I guess it was like a Ranger company move through a field that was probably 200 or 300 football fields long with fallen trees and all of this stuff, firing and shooting. And these 18-year-old kids are crawling, and it's like ants covering the ground. And I'm like, they're just going to eat you alive. There's nothing you can do. So after that, I was like, don't mess with them Rangers, buddy,
That's
because
awesome.
they will eat your butt
It's like
alive.
its own recruiting video. This clip for Rangers.
Well, that was high and tight Rangers, with the little rubber little rubber glasses. And the ones whenever they would mess up, they'd make them do push-ups and low crawl everywhere. Them dudes could low crawl, man. They could do some serious low crawl.
That's awesome. After your OIC tour at Team 4, not long after 9/11 happens, I'm curious, you'd been in for 18 years, 17, 18 years at this point. 9/11 happens. Where were you, and how did that impact the rest of your career? Obviously, it was life-changing for all of us who were in before and after. I'd love to hear your experience with it.
Yeah, during my, I had an important thing that happened in my deployment as a platoon commander. During a training exercise, we lost one of our men. He jumped out of a helicopter, Brad Tucker, and it was a highly traumatic event, which was pretty.
Was one of your platoon members?
Yeah, he was one of my platoon guys. We were in the Bahamas, and we had the CRC mounted underneath the TF-160 helicopter, and when they released it into the water, it got accidentally released really high, and two of our guys jumped out, followed it out, and unfortunately, one of them, Brad Tucker, lost his life on that, and that was an incredibly profound thing that happened to our platoon, because that was all prior to the war, and losing a guy is, it's always horrible, and it was just that was the thing. So once that was over, once that platoon was disbanded, probably, naturally 6 months later or whatever, I received orders to Special Boat Team 22 down in Mississippi, and to go down there as an action officer. So just working in the op shop, doing paperwork and stuff like that. Once I got down there, they decided that they needed to make a change in their training program and the way it was going. And so they pulled me out of operations officer, made me the training officer at Special Boat Team 22. And I was saddled up there with one of my former teammates, Master Chief SEALs, and also one of Chris Eads, which is a warrant officer that I spent a lot of time at the command. And so he became my warrant officer back there, and we revamped their training program. And it was one day SEAL Team 2 was down doing interoperability training with the command, field training exercise, and somebody said to me, there's a plane that just flew into one of the towers. And I was like going, that's stupid. But they didn't say an airliner. They said a plane. And I don't know if a lot of people remember, but probably 3 or 4 months prior to 9/11, there was a Cessna that flew into like an apartment building somewhere. And that was the first thing that popped in my mind. And then we went to our little fob inflatable tent thing that we had out there, and we're just standing there, and then we see that second plane fly into it, and naive again, I still can't put 2 and 2 together, but somebody else did very quickly, and we recalled everybody, and it changed all of our worlds instantly.
Yeah. I am curious with the guy that you guys lost. Was there like a big investigation and this is whose fault it? Like, did anybody end up getting burnt because of it? Or
I kind of got burnt.
Yeah.
I kind of got burnt. Yeah.
Was it just, hey, you're the guy in charge, and so ultimately the buck stops with you? Is that part of why you got the orders you did?
Yes, it was. Yeah. And I'll tell you too, I was very fortunate I was salvaged on that one, because something like that, I was absolutely responsible. Was it my fault? No, but that's the way it is, and that's the way it goes down, and it was really, really bad. I don't, in retrospect, looking back on my younger self then, I'm not, I could have handled it a lot better than what I did. And I really feel like that now.
In what way do you think?
Just probably the way I carried myself. I probably carried myself a little bit more chest out, in terms that, we were out here kicking ass and somebody died, tough shit, and that wasn't appropriate. That wasn't right or anything. And he was an incredible guy in his own right, and that night of his passing was horrific. We were jumping onto, we were getting on board of a PC in our coastal patrol craft thing. And just as that event unfolded itself, from my perspective, I was in one of the helicopters and I was up in the air, and we'd heard that we were supposed to go in first. And then we heard the other one had released its thing, and I couldn't even see the water yet. It was in the middle of the Bahamas, out in the middle of nowhere, but I knew that something was really, really wrong. And then I got on the headset because we were about to jump in the water. I got on the headset and they said, one guy's unconscious and another guy's okay. He swam to the wreckage of the boat and he's okay. And I was like, all right. And then I really just didn't know what was up. And then I was like, well, I got to get off this boat and go find out what's going on, because I didn't know who it was or anything like that. And I didn't know it was as bad as it was. So I told the bird to fly over by the PC, that I was just going to jump out, to come down to 10 feet off the water, and I was just going to jump out. And my buddy Ollie, who was in there with me, he goes, you ain't going nowhere without a swim buddy, which was a dang good call. And we jumped out, got in there, and as we went on, we saw my team chief. He was doing CPR on our medic, Brad Tucker, who was our IDC at that stage of the game. And I'd lost track of the other guy, that had got injured, and turned out he was severely injured up in the thing. And this turned into a 3-hour situation of the guys that were on board, including all of the crew, doing CPR for 3 hours and making our way back to a land mass, which the skipper of the ship did an extraordinary job of everything. And it was just incredibly, it was traumatizing. I mean, all the other stuff that I've seen, that one was just, you're making things happen. You're calling shots and making things happen. And it was really, really bad. And then the aftermath was really, really bad too.
Well, I'm curious on that. I mean, was there a perception on your part or a feeling that your platoon had lost any confidence? Did you get that vibe from either your platoon or anybody leadership at Team 4, that it was almost when you walk into a room and you can tell people have been talking shit or, whatever, it's like just that, like almost uncomfortability, like that people were holding you accountable? Was there any of that, or was it just?
No, I don't think so. Everybody was very sad that we had lost Brad, because he was such a teammate, and he had such a stellar reputation and was just a consummate professional. Everybody was very, very sad about that. And then administratively, Navy, or Naval Special Warfare wise, they wanted to find out what was up, because also too, it was elements of TF-160 were involved, and they wanted to find out if it was the crew chief's fault that it had released the duck, or if it was one of our faults that had released the duck, which had caused the incident. There was not blame throwing. In retrospect now, having saw everything that I saw in my career as an officer and seeing accidents that happened, I don't think there was anything that was out of parameters. I know that my Lieutenant Ass was talking to the Naval Special Warfare Commander within 48 hours of it. I know about that, and my commanding officer and everybody like that. But I don't think anybody was going out of their way to do that.
Yeah.
But
that's tough. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, yeah, it sucked. And then personally, as a byproduct, I think the way it actually kind of went down was, you will relieve Hayes right now. And whenever it all sorted itself out, it was like, you'll relieve Hayes. And so they relieved Hayes, but my platoon was disbanded one day before they relieved Hayes. So I didn't get relieved as a platoon commander, so to speak. So it wasn't a career crusher, which my thanks out there to everybody that had faith and confidence in me at that stage of the game to allow me a second chance to continue on, which me and my family very much appreciate that.
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, well, I can't imagine having to go through that. I mean, that's the toughest part, I think, about, accountability, whether it's being a platoon commander, being a father, being a business owner, whatever, is that when you're in that position and kind of the ultimate responsibility rests on your shoulders, it's just a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, my commanding officer at the time, he had a similar event happen to him when he was a young lieutenant. And he told me, he goes, I made the wrong call. He goes, I let my guys talk me into diving without a buddy band, connecting the swim pair, because it was very clear the day we were going to do it, and it wasn't going to be that long. It was going to be easy and stuff like that. And unfortunately, there was one of the rigs malfunctioned, and the pair lost continuity with one another, and the guy died. Yeah. And I remember him saying to me, he goes, here's the deal, Chuck. Here's what you don't want. You don't want to stare in the mirror every morning when you're shaving and know that you're the reason for that guy dying. And he told me that long before Brad died. He goes, that's why you train so hard. And he was a stickler. He'd crush us with training, and a lot of times we would question it as much as you could question an officer on why are you making us train so hard? Why do we have to do this? And he told me in confidence one day, that's what it was. He goes, I stare in the mirror every morning and look in that mirror, and I know good and damn well my damn teammate would be alive if I'd have made the right call. I made a bad call, and he's dead. Like that. He goes, don't be like that, and that's a hard lesson learned. Yeah. But I respect him so much for, my entire career, for that kind of, being able to put it out there and say it like that, it's tough stuff.
Yeah. All right, so 9/11 takes place. You recall everybody. What happens after that for you?
Okay, so after that, I go back. I become the operations officer at Special Boat Team 22. We don't really have a lot of play in the global war of terrorism at that particular stage of the game, being the Afghanistan stuff. So we just continue. And so I'm in that job as a operations officer. And in my tour down there, my wife Tori and I, we had our second daughter and third daughter during that time. So it was pretty much family oriented for me at that moment in time. We were living in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, so it was great. We were doing what we could do, and I was doing my staff stuff. From that, negotiated orders to go back to Naval Special Warfare Group 2 as the Tradet OIC. And so that's what I did at that from that stage of the game, is went back to there.
Going back there, how much time did you spend as the Tradet OIC before you find yourself actually in Afghanistan?
Probably 2 to 3 years. I did an entire stint. My entire stint as a Tradet OIC was almost 5 years long. Because I was a platoon commander the day I made Lieutenant JG. So the day I made Lieutenant was the day that I went to Special Boat Team 22. I was there for a couple of years and then came back. So I'm a very junior lieutenant at that stage of the game. Come back to Tradet, and the war is getting pretty serious. Well, I don't think we really had, us as vanilla SEALs, we really didn't have anybody in the fight. Or maybe some of you guys were over there doing some stuff, but we really, as the East Coast guys, we really hadn't done anything. But I absolutely knew that we were going to have to revamp the entire training program to focus it on Afghanistan. And that's what we did. I had 3 warrant officers that I'd formerly worked with, and some great senior enlisted guys that I'd worked with at SEAL Team 4 and also over at Dam Neck, and coupled with the guys from SEAL Team 2. I did good officership, bro. I did what I was supposed to do. I was like, hey guys, here's what we got to do, and we got to do this. And boom, y'all go get it and bring it back to me, and let's pull it off. Yeah. And they did. They made extraordinary training. And the same time that was happening, my cohort in crime on the West Coast, the Tradet OIC out there, he did the same thing. And we stayed in collaboration, talking back and forth, because we knew we had to unify our tactics, even though we all kind of do things the same, that we really had to do it because we didn't know if we were going to be linked up with other platoons and everything. So everybody had to be singing off the same same TTPs for the most part. And then also, too, you wanted to interlace those TTPs with the TTPs that are being used over at the development group. So we had to maintain those relationships, too.
Yeah.
And I think one thing I was very proud of is the senior enlisted and chief warrant officers in the way that they fostered those relationships, uniting East Coast and West Coast tradettes, also with a touchstone to Dev Group to make sure that a lot of our calls and things that we were using weren't so outlandish,
right.
That it was doing. So, by virtue of that means you kind of eliminate combat swimmer for the most part. You create ground mobility, you perpetuate ground mobility, and you just start working all of this. And of course, all of this is pre-canine use, that we didn't have any canines at that stage of the game. And we'll talk about that when I was in Afghanistan, I'm sure. So you just do that. And the guys did that and got rid of a lot of the MP5, went to long guns, lasers, night vision goggles centric training, got rid of a lot of our old school sustained rate of fire as a primary dynamic, and how we used to do that. It's like, I heard that 60 lulling, like that. Yeah. It's like, no, we need to be actually shooting people. And when we're not shooting people, we need to be looking for people to shoot instead of just seeing how many hundreds of rounds we can hammer through with our with our M60.
Yeah, I remember, something as simple as, this was in Iraq and in the early days, but prior to that, our training would be like if we were doing like a special recon for several days of a surface-to-air missile site or something like that. Well, that in particular, and then you move in, after 3 days of observing and reporting back and whatever, and then you launch the ambush by taking out the surface-to-air missile site, and then you swoop in and whatever. And the first time we blew an actual surface-to-air missile up in Iraq, immediately changed the way we did that. And it was like, that's the last thing you're going to do because of the plume of orange toxic gas from the propellant of the rocket. The last thing you'd want to do is spill that shit everywhere and then go walk through it, And so just little things like that it's like, man, we've been doing this training-wise for years and it's wrong, and very quickly having to adapt and change those protocols, I found pretty fascinating.
You know the deal, my friend. Sometimes those lessons are a little harder to learn because we're pretty hard-headed guys sometimes with regard to running in buildings and stuff like that. It's like...
Yeah, for sure. After your stint as the tradette OIC, where did you go after that?
Well, when I was the tradette OIC, I got a call from SEAL Team 2, and they needed a task unit. They needed a task unit commander. And so I went over to SEAL Team 2, essentially TAD, and became their task unit commander and went to Afghanistan for 8 or 9 months.
How was that in terms of kind of drinking from the fire hose of going from a training command to a task unit commander in theater running, platoons of guys?
That was pretty significant. A lot of things there. I did not know the guys. I did know some the task unit LCPO I'd gone through SEAL training with, so I knew him, and I also knew him from the development group. I also knew the warrant officer that was going to be assigned, and I think some of that largely is the reason I got the job, is they knew me really well, and they knew that they needed to have somebody in there, and I had the confidence of the commanding officer to do that. But in terms of everybody else, the platoon commanders, they didn't. And let's see, I knew both of the chiefs. I knew both of the chiefs of both of the platoons, one of which had been at SEAL Team 4 with me. But I was an unknown entity, absolutely. So that was absolutely a thing. The commanding officer, I knew him very well, and I knew how he operated, and he had very distinct guidance on everything. And so I knew I was going to be okay in the terms of what my left and right limits were. I had friends that were at development group, had been spending considerable amount of time in Afghanistan, one of which took me aside and we sat down and for probably about 4 or 5 hours one day, and I went through every piece of his gear with him and why he carried it, and he had already done 3 or 4 deployments as a recce guy in Afghanistan, and told me the ins and outs of what to do, what not to do. Don't kid yourself by thinking this, because it's absolutely not the case in terms of what they do, the bad guys do, and what they'll do, and how fast they'll do everything that they do. I know I'm talking in circles here, but it's a thing. And so that was, I can't even tell you how much that came into play. Yeah. That saved many, many lives. Because as well as I do, in any situation that you go into, no matter how well trained you are, whatever battle space that is, it's like you got to become streetwise to that battle space and what's going on, the ins and outs, like what you referred to earlier, talking about how cops can read the streets, or people from the streets can read the streets. It's how quickly you can adapt to that particular type of environment. So that was a thing that, in retrospect, I thought the task unit did very well.
Yeah. Hey folks, let me tell you that drinking and driving is a decision that will change your entire world. Things will never be the same once you get a DUI, because legal fees and time in court are just the beginning. Getting into a crash is another way your world could be irreversibly changed after drinking and driving. Your vehicle may not be the only thing that gets damaged in that crash. You could face a life-altering injury or even death, but you're not the only one who could face those consequences. Your decision to drink and drive could permanently change someone else's world. Whether you injure them or leave their loved ones grieving, the next time you're out drinking, call a ride share, a taxi, a sober friend, or a designated sober driver. Always plan for a safe ride home. The only decision that will change your world for the better is the decision to call for a sober ride. It's never worth it to drive drunk. Do not risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over, paid for by NHTSA.
I wanted to get them out the door as quickly as possible. My commanding officer absolutely wanted a targeting cycle, F3 EA. He wanted a targeting cycle. He wanted us to build intelligence, figure out where the bad guys are, pinpoint them, and then go in and crush them. And we're going to do that by the book, and I always known how he operated, and I was going to meet that expectation. Obviously, and if it wasn't, he's going to find somebody that was. So I knew that I had to do that. So everything was going to be very deliberate.
Is that to say or imply that the the commanding officer and you weren't exactly on the same sheet in terms of how you thought things should be handled?
He would absolutely say that I was never on the same sheet of paper that he was, but I love him and he's awesome. But I was trying very hard to be.
Can you say who he was?
Yeah, Tim Szymanski, Admiral Szymanski.
Oh, okay.
He was Commander Szymanski at that moment in time.
Yeah.
He'll probably crush me for saying that, but whatever. He'll get over it. I know down deep in his heart he loves me. It's okay. Yeah. But anyway, he is one of the most consummate professionals I've ever worked with. So I knew what his standard was.
Did he sit you down, you and any of the other task unit commanders, prior to going and giving you like almost the DOD or even U.S. government foreign policy 30,000 foot view of here's where we're going, here's why we're going there, here's what our objective is? Was that clearly defined prior to going? I
believe it was clearly defined to the task unit only by me knowing of his level of professionalism. I was not in the room when he did that, because remember, he had basically a year and a half to get these guys together before I even came into the equation, which was literally in the last month or two before them going out the door. I knew what was going on because I'd been listening, and I also knew his direct guidance on what it was that we were going to be doing.
Is there a way to oversimplify in like a single mission statement as to what that was?
No. I'm not even going to try to do that because I would screw it up. And that's not me trying to be safe either. I knew what my mission was, and that was to go and find targets that were on their target list and either kill or capture them. That was the.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've asked that question to pretty much every, whether it's senior enlisted or officer that's been on this show for the last 7.5 years, whether it's Iraq or Afghanistan. And the answer is always the exact same, in that it's kind of that. It's that, very, very blinders on, microscopic. It's the oversimplification would be, here's the fucking machine gun nest, go take that hill kind of approach. And, when I think back to, between even just the two of us, the amount of people that we've known that have served in Iraq and Afghanistan, many of whom didn't come home, to me, I find it both equally frustrating and baffling at the lack of direction that we all had in going to both of those places as it relates to that big picture, here's why we're here. And I think that that's a huge misstep on the Department of Defense, generally speaking, to not better prepare and inform our guys as to, what the big mish is, so to speak.
Yeah, it is. What just rings hard in the back of my mind when you're saying all of that is when you awaken the sleeping giant, it gains a momentum and a tidal surge behind it that is just incredible in its own right. And I'm not saying that I wanted to personally burn down the Dixie Chicks, but I tell you what, man, it's like when the surge of America, comes together, Democrats and Republicans all align and everybody puts up American flags outside, whether it's Pearl Harbor or 9/11, it's like you better stand by. In order to pull the brakes back on something like that, it's extraordinary. And very uniquely, I was able, later on in my career, which I'll talk about if you want me to, I went to National War College at Fort McNair. When I was at National War College, my ethics class actually had General George Casey sitting in the chair as far from me to you, 2 times a week, and you could ask him any question in the world. And he was in charge of all of that. And I asked him, I said, sir, when you guys were poised to take Iraq, could you have backed down? And he goes, absolutely. Could we? Yeah. Were we? Nope.
Yeah. It
was going to go, and I'm not saying who's right or wrong or indifferent on any of that. It's just that the tidal surge of waking that sleeping giant, that's just what.
Well, yeah, it's the September 12th attitude, that the collective country had that was incredibly powerful and hasn't really been seen since. But the reason I bring it up and why I'm curious is that, and I'll preface this with, it's obviously easy to have hindsight being 2020. However, when you look at the scope of 2 decades spent in Afghanistan and, a decade-ish in Iraq, and you look at where both of those places are now, and you think of it from that big picture standpoint of, if you want to even over-pragmatize it to like an ROI business perspective, what did we get for that sacrifice? And if we, as an entire military or Department of Defense, would have had a better understanding of what we're trying to accomplish, what does winning look like in both of these places, and if everybody knows that, because in every other aspect of life, whether it's, business, a dad with his kids, like, to me, because I own a number of businesses and have for 15 years, and that's kind of more my world now, the principles are all the exact same. Like, my employees need to know where we're trying to get as a company. If they don't know that, how the fuck are we ever going to get there? And I see that as a very common misconception or lack of understanding from all service members of having no real idea what even winning looks like in either of these places. And it's like, well, it's no wonder they look the way they do. It doesn't seem like anybody really had any idea of what the fuck was going on.
No, I know that I certainly didn't.
And you were a task unit commander.
I'm a task unit commander. I was focusing on the things that I was supposed to focus on.
You're not General McChrystal, but you're certainly not the E5 kicking the door in either.
Yeah.
You're a good way in between those two. And to me, that's what I just find frustrating. It's like we should have known better, I would have thought, I guess.
It's so hard. And I can't even speak intelligently on it, but the cultural differences of different places and what's important to different peoples in different cultures, we do not do well at understanding what those are, and how we apply whatever terms of different elements of strategy too. Sometimes we don't understand those. It all gets back to it all gets back to ego. It gets back to ego and angry young men. Angry young men. I remember when Ambassador Patterson said that when I went over to Pakistan, because I wanted to know what the Pakistanis were doing about all this. So I got myself in a situation where I went and worked at the embassy there for about 6 months, and I found out. And it wasn't that they weren't doing anything. It's angry young men, man.
Yeah.
Just like me and you, when we went to SEAL training, we're angry young men. Metaphorically, whether we actually are angry or not.
Yeah.
It's like, because, it's like, what do you want to do? It's like, I'm going to go kill bad guys for my country. Watch this. I'm going to get really good at it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that, the people that are in the quote unquote operational positions, billets, whatever, they're America's hammer. How America decides to use that hammer, I feel like the hammer should understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the military technically is just one of many instruments of diplomacy. Yeah.
But looking back at, and again, I get that it's easy to sit here in 2025 and say this was the right call, it wasn't the right call. You can do that about every aspect of your life. But when you look back at 40 years spent in the SEAL teams serving your country, and you look at Afghanistan and Iraq as collective whole entities, do you think either of them were a mistake, both of them were a mistake, how they were handled were a mistake? How do you reflect looking back on them both?
I remember one day when we were in Afghanistan, we would drive from Bagram to Kandahar. That's 400 and something miles. We did it a bunch. I think we did, 4 or 5 round trips. That's a long way driving through, I remember being outside of Ghazni one day. This is when we first got there. And all these little girls, they had little uniforms on, they had little backpacks, and they were walking down the side of the road going to church, going to school, And they had little uniforms on that culturally probably was not, it was some crap that, not some crap, but it was something that probably an NGO had given them or something. And they had little backpacks on and they were cute. And I just remember, it's worth it. It's worth it, and I just made up my mind at that moment that it was worth it. You know what I mean? For them little girls to get a chance. And I mean, I know where they are right now, Mike. I know where they are. They're 25, 27 years old. And maybe some of them have college educations now. Maybe some of them don't. I don't know. I know why I was there, in that. And it was absolutely the men and women that surrounded me, in combat. There's no doubt. I wrote a letter to a friend of mine. He was very upset. He had when they pulled out of Afghanistan, he was so upset, in terms of, what was it, and it's like, I don't know what it was, but I know one damn thing. I know you had my back and I had your back. And often there was many a night that it was that way, and
yeah, well, I think that's the frustrating part is that, for the overwhelming majority of the people that raised their right hand and volunteered to do that, it's with the assumption that our higher ups are making the right decisions. And, and if they're going to put any and or all of our lives on the line, then it better be worth it. Where I think it's impossible to reconcile that is when you look at where Afghanistan is now. And, is that group of girls, are they even still alive at this point? Because of the way that it was handled at the very end, I think it did a demonstrably horrible job at nullifying a lot of the sacrifice, if not almost all of it. Obviously, there are some success stories and people who got out of there or, that went on, and are still thriving. But I would imagine that those few and far between instances are anomalies at this point based on what's taken place in the last few years since we completely left.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And it just makes me wish that as a society, we would do a better job at picking the people who are making those decisions, because, you know, there's a significant enough contingent of young Americans who are still willing to do that, you know, to get their hands dirty on behalf of Uncle Sam for the right reasons. But man,
it's like you said, it's our responsibility to pick those people, you know, and if we pick the wrong people, shame on our ass, because that's bullshit. You know, it's like we have a great nation that we live in, and we have incredible opportunity available to us. And a part of that opportunity is to actually do some little bit of research and analysis on one's own, and not just listen to the 24-hour news cycle, whichever one, pick whatever one you think, you know, and just, you know, pick the right people. I know it sounds cliche and everything, but it's a fact, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of it, you know. I agree completely. I'm sure we'll weave elements of that back into the conversation.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
Your time as a task unit commander in Afghanistan, did your guys, were they pretty busy operationally?
Mm-hmm. They were. I think we did about 90, just less than 100 missions. We were not on the same battle rhythm that a lot of our Iraqi, you know, SEAL buddies were, you know, and, you know, especially in the times of 2006, you know, the Ramadi thing. I watched Land Warfare the other day, off of your recommendation.
Oh, yeah.
It was very, man, that was
powerful.
It was very, very powerful, incredibly well done. And totally taking your word off of it, having been there, you know, of what that dynamic was like, you know, how closely you said that came to what it was. And it was a very different dynamic in Afghanistan, or at least in our task units thing. I pretty much drove our battle rhythm in terms of our missions based off of my commander's guidance, my commanding officer's guidance, of making sure that we've got the right intel and all the triggers are met and in place before we propose it to the Siege of SOTF, and then going up through the 2-star in Afghanistan that owned the battle spaces that we worked, and we worked the entire country. So I would say realistically, we did a mission every 2 weeks, a mission every week, but ours were a little bit more than, you just didn't jump in a Humvee and go out into town. You know, you weren't in town. So a lot of time it was a company, basically a company assault onto a thing. So there would be there'd probably be two 47s, 2 Apaches, maybe a couple of Blackhawks involved. You'd be a company-size air assault was every one of ours. We had Lithuanian partners that were embedded with us. We would break down elements of the target that we were taking down, so we wouldn't encounter any fratricide between us. You know, we'd have lines of, you know, where we'd split the things. We did not have a lot of the top level assets there. We were in contact every mission that we went on. We had troops in contact on every single mission that we went on. A lot of our missions, probably 75% of them were in the daytime. We came up with some TTPs that would allow us to assault a target in the middle of the day. It wasn't in the middle of the day. It was usually in dawn, you know. A lot of times our assets were elements of the Alabama National Guard, their 47s. They were not, they couldn't fly tactically in combat at night. You know, if they had something come up, they could probably get something wavered. So from the morning the sun came up, or, you know, at dawn, we could, you know, so we'd start flying before, but, you know, we'd do a dawn situation. And we would stay on target a lot longer and process the individuals that we had on target, even just to garner as much intelligence as possible in order to perpetuate our targeting chain that we had going. That worked out really well. We pulled we got a lot of Taliban commanders, legit ones that were on the list. We went for guys that were on the list. We got them off. The higher level forces that were there, the higher tiered organizations were there. They were going for big boys most of the time. And ours were just mainly Taliban and the occasional Al-Qaeda individual. And I would be remiss without mentioning we had a quality, one of your friends, correspondent Laura Logan. She embedded with us for a month.
Wow, how was that?
Got a lot on that one. I won't say too much though, because she'll punch me in the face. I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her in 20 years. But I did watch your interview though. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so the deal was with that was we got word that was going down. The 60 Minutes is coming in and they're going to go with you in the field. And you know how you are. You're like, that's bullshit. No, they're not like that. And so she shows up, as affable as she is, and she was like, hey, we're going in the field with you like that. And we're like, that's bullshit. No, you're not. And, she was, and the colonel that was like walking with her, he's like, General Abizaid said that they are, and they'll stay here as long as they want to stay like that. And we're like, Roger that, like that. And so, you get a little of that. And then she was awesome though, establishing a rapport, and we talked to everybody. And it was essentially, she had a bodyguard that did not go with her, but he was like a former SEAL or something too. But Jeff, her cameraman, her field cameraman producer, he was with her. So she went on our most incredible mission when we killed Rosie Khan, who was like the most powerful Taliban commander in southern Afghanistan. And that was a big part of that 60 Minutes segment that eventually aired. But she went on, 5, 7, 8 missions with us.
Yeah.
And it was incredible. She was awesome. She and Jeff would stay as a task unit commander. I had other enablers with me. I had Army female MPs with me because this predated having trained cultural female women. And so those were the very first ones, as far as I know. And I had Army MP. I had one that was primary with us, and then several other that cycled in, and they were phenomenal in terms of searching females on target. And our canine handler was an Army canine handler, career. That was his job. And I reached out to a friend to try to remember the name of our canine that was with us, and I can't remember his name, but he did like biting me a lot. And it was a Belgian Malinois, But we would all go in as the enablers. Once the main thrust went in with an axis of advance, and they'd move through the target sequentially. So we would have all the enablers, including Laura Logan and Jeff. They would stay back with us, and then as the target developed itself, they would make their way out and do their reporting in the way that they did.
Yeah, she's amazing. I mean, the story she has, the amount of time she's spent in that environment, it rivals and frankly eclipses most team guys. The amount of operations she's been a part of or in on, obviously not operationally, but just the kind of lady balls that it's taken for her to hang it out the way she has for decades.
Make no mistake, she's the hardest core team guy I think I've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah.
The amount of the things that she did, in terms of meeting with Al-Qaeda leaders,
crazy.
And going across the borders at different places and stuff. It was
crazy,
insane reporting.
Yeah. So it sounds like when you guys did you capture or kill Rosie Khan?
We killed him.
I imagine that was kind of the highlight in terms of operationally.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us the Reader's Digest of how that went down?
Yeah. So this was right about the time of the presidential elections, and we knew that the Taliban and Al-Qaeda were going to do whatever they could to disrupt the elections, possibly just make them not happen. And of course, the whole time they're trying to assassinate Karzai in some shape or fashion, and pretty much all the other leadership. And we had it on pretty good intelligence that he was making his way through southern Afghanistan and creating corridors so they could funnel fighters up to Kabul, the Kabul area. And so he was paying people along the way. And we had probably just the greatest intelligence. Our lieutenant, SEAL Team 2 intelligence officer, he put it together. He had a pretty good plan and everything. And then he was just looking for certain triggers and using certain assets. And we established a campaign down there that we called Operation Boston Brawler in memory of Brian Allette, who was also a member of our task unit that had died earlier in the deployment in the Zabul region, with he and one other guy working with one of the ODAs that were out there. They had a VBIED. Not a VBIED. They had an IED, and three or four of them lost their lives on that one. So we named them. They named the thing after it about it, and we were able to free up the National Guard helicopter assets for a period of like 2 weeks. And during that period, we'd lay on a mission, and then one night the trigger hit, and we went in on Rosie pre-dawn on a village. I think it was in Zabul, the Zabul region of Afghanistan. And as we landed around, think of a village in Afghanistan, small village. Most of the compounds are 50 meters by 50 meters, mud huts and whatnot. So you've got an area that's probably 800 meters in a giant circle with all these different compounds. We would land around them and then slowly pinch in and then make our way into a axis of assault that we would choose on that. But initially when we land, we just put the long guns out and watch what happens. And the runners, if the runners would run, then we'd take them all out, under the appropriate ROE. You'd take all of them out and then just slowly, once you control the village, you just slowly make your way in and pinch it. So there was no rush to go kick down any doors because you had overwatch of your snipers watching everything, plus you had Apaches that were up that you could shoot buildings if you needed to or whatever. And man, as soon as we hit the ground, and I think they can still watch that YouTube. There's a YouTube of that 60-minute segment. You can see him running up the hill. And we were like, look at there. You're running up the hill, running right into our guys, man. And of course, everybody gets confirmed as the guy that kills Rosie Khan. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I am the official guy on target, and I say it was Colin Thomas that did it. So
really?
From then on, it's Colin Thomas is the guy that killed Rosie Khan. So anyway.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And so anyway, that went down, and Laura came in there with the team and did all of their stuff, and they captured it very vividly on that segment, including all the money that he was using to do all the stuff, and so that was a pretty big time.
Look, hard work, discipline, and showing up for the people who count on you, those are values I live by. But not getting solid sleep was wrecking me. Beam sent me their dream powder to try out. I took it because I was ready to fix my sleep. First night, I was out cold. No midnight wake-ups, no groggy morning fog, just real restorative sleep. Dream is packed with clean, science-backed ingredients like reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin. Stuff that actually works together to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up ready to tear into the day. Plus, it tastes great, doesn't leave you with any of that nasty crash or brain fog. So here's the deal. Beam is giving my listeners the ultimate Patriot discount of up to 40% off. Try their best-selling Dream Powder and get up to 40% off for a limited time. Go to shopbeam.com/micdrop and use the code MicDrop, all caps, all one word, at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/micdrop and use code MicDrop for up to 40% off. Sleep better, wake up stronger, and show up ready for your family, your work, and your country. Because when you're well rested, you're unstoppable. And this country needs more people like that. It sounds like that deployment primarily was that. It was finding targets on actionable intelligence, going and taking them out. Pretty kinetic, pretty dynamic. Op tempo, maybe not as fast as the really short, quick hits in Iraq, but obviously terrain dictates, and they're going to be further spaced out, but longer, more complex operations by and large.
It was, and we did probably 5 or 6 long-range recons, and by that I mean a week long, week and a half long, 400 to 700 miles across country, wow. All over the country, and that was dicey and legit too, because the bad guys would mass on you at choke points and try to get you, and you'd have to.
What were you guys rocking at that time, mobility platform wise?
We had thin-skinned. We had thin-skinned Humvees that were all tricked out with. And I tell you what, now here we go talking tactics and stuff like that. There's a lot of good in being able to move fast.
Yeah.
And you can move fast. Yeah. And we had the doors were not on. The bad guys, whenever we'd hear the bad guys talk, they would say, "Do not shoot the porcupine vehicles."
Oh, really?
Because there were so many guns sticking out of it, and that was either us or the SF guys. And they would say, we'd hear on the radio too, it's like, do not shoot. It's the fish on the mountain, and we do not want to shoot the fish on the mountain because they will hunt you down and kill you. Or the men with lions. It's like the men with talking about attack dog, our canines. They were like, that's the men with lions. Do not shoot the men with lions. Because it's cool.
It really
pumps
is.
You up to hear that.
Yeah, I mean the chatter and dialogue back and forth on the open air, that's being
absolutely
interpreted is really, really fascinating. Any regrets from that deployment?
Of course, the loss of Brian Allette, which I remember speaking at his memorial on Bagram. That we named our compound Camp Allette after Brian. After we lost Brian, but I'd known Brian from a SEAL Team 4 days, and I'd watched him do so good, you know what I mean? And when he was in Afghanistan, I hadn't seen him in a couple of years, and he was just kicking ass, and he's doing great, and he couldn't have not been in a better. He was in his space, brother. Yeah. He was loving where he was at, yeah. And I remembered being on when I was talking at his thing. I go, I know Brian well enough to know this. If I showed him this picture, which was a picture of the building with his name over it, he would know instantly why his name was over the top of it. And he would have not changed a damn thing because he was right in his element, surrounded by the guys that he loved, doing the job that he was there to do. And man, it's I know I'm sitting here with a big smile on my face talking about a teammate that died, but I tell you what, that dude, it was really incredible, yeah. Watching him in his element, and of course you hate to lose a teammate, but when you do, you've got one watching over you from then on, for sure.
For sure, yeah. As that deployment wrapped up and for the rest of your career, did you do any more Afghanistan deployments still as a task unit commander?
No,
or now as XO and CO? Or?
I did 5 or 6 more, but always working as a part of a task force, in doing something.
And I mean, going from as sled dog as it gets as an enlisted guy, dev group, leadership at a lower level in a good way, OIC of a platoon, task unit commander. Now you find yourself in, for lack of better terms, more of a managerial role in a wartime environment. I mean, you've really had the full scope of the entire military experience from start to finish, and there's very few guys who can say that. As you walk through those different spots of leadership as a military officer in a combat environment, how do you look back at those subsequent deployments, being at a different notch each time? And is there any part of that recollection that is fouled at all by Afghanistan as a collective experience and kind of what we were talking about earlier? Any surprises, anything that you learned or experienced that would shock people to hear?
I just loved it. I think I loved it at every stage of the way, even though they were all different. I will tell you absolutely, Mike, that when I got back from that Afghanistan deployment in 2004, that one that I was a task unit commander, I remember telling myself, if you never ever get to do anything again, that was a culmination of everything that you wanted to do, in terms of taking a force on the field, with coalition forces, and
Air assets and the whole thing.
yeah, and we really didn't have too much. Like I said, the only time we get air support is if we were in a contact, which was pretty much every time that we went out. We did a lot with a lot of nothing. You know, it's like, okay, they're really shooting us now. Do you think you can send an A-10 over here?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, when they finish lunch, we'll send them up. No, I'm kidding. The A-10 people were awesome. You know, and I tell you too, man. I'll tell you what's really cool is having a B-1 Lancer fly over the top of somebody and at a very low altitude and like give them some afterburner sound barrier treatment. That's a cool thing.
That's awesome.
You know, I mean, you know, it's.
Yeah.
Oh, but going on, you know, with the staff stuff that I did after the fact, all of it was very relevant and contributing to the war in context of once removed from kinetic. You know what I mean? So you get to watch kinetic all along, and just the quality of the organization and being a part of it and watching the leaders and having great mentors and leaders around you. And I had a lot of that too when I was an enlisted guy. I don't want to throw a lot of hyperbole, but actually watching history, you know, hearing these people make these decisions, making these calls and doing these things. It was really cool. You really didn't know what you were in for each day. You know, on any given day, that, you know, you might not have heard the guy in charge of Afghanistan say something or the president of the United States say something, but you know somebody that was in the room that heard that, you know, and you go, what did he actually say? You know, and they were like, well, he said blah, 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 you know, like that. Or, you know, like on the mission that killed Osama bin Laden, you know, things like that. I remember going into the chow hall in Bagram a few hours after that happened. And did I know it happened? No, I didn't, because it was secret as hell. It was crazy how secret that was. But something was weird. You know, there was some static electricity in the air. You know, there was something that was weird. And I remember going in the chow hall it wasn't mid-rats, it was like way on in the night. And, you know, you're in the chow hall with everybody else, everybody that's, And I remember seeing the president pop on TV, you know, and everybody's eating their ice cream sundaes. And I just yelled across the chow hall. I was like, y'all may want to listen to this. And everybody turns and looks at the TV and they announce it,
Wow.
You know?
Did you guys erupt and cheer, or what happened?
Yeah, there was some of that. It wasn't like everybody going crazy, but it was, you know, there was, you know, people yelled and stuff, but it wasn't like they would do in a Hollywood movie. You know, they'd make it like everybody's like, you know, running around with their ass on fire or something. You know, it's like.
I mean, to me, that's kind of surprising. I would think, you know, being in Afghanistan when that happened.
Oh, they did.
You know,
they did. I mean, they did.
But it
they
wasn't
did.
like,
you know, everybody's like, yay, like that. You know, or something.
But I mean, there would be a bigger response from a team winning the Super Bowl, probably.
Yeah, it definitely took it a day or two to catch hold, you know, to the Stars and Stripes come out with it on, and a time for more than the midnight watch, which was who was in there at that moment in time.
The ice cream eaters.
The ice cream eaters. Yeah, absolutely. Which I must have been one of that night.
I'd have been right there with you. Throughout all those subsequent deployments in Afghanistan, assuming it was kind of a notch up each time, was there a point at which you felt like you were in that small circle of knowing what the objective is, or was that a recurring theme of always not quite having the full picture?
I felt like I had the operational picture of Afghanistan, you know, in terms of national strategy. I hadn't gone to National War College yet, so I didn't really know what national strategy was. I think I know a little bit better of what it is now. But back then, it was, the operational warfare, I absolutely knew that. I knew what was going on. I was absolutely able to see what was going on.
I guess maybe the way to phrase it would be, was there ever a point at your career during those deployments where if I had said, what does winning in Afghanistan look like, that you would have immediately been able to answer it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that I probably haven't been good at representing this and talking to you today, but I think that that's something that I thought about all the time. I mean, what does winning look like here? You know, and I gyrated through a lot of those different things. And maybe naively, I would always come back to this is what I believed. I believed the longer that we could control Afghanistan to whatever level that we were controlling it, and because I've been to Pakistan, I also knew I think I had a little bit better understanding than most of what that actually looked like. The longer that we could show them iPhones and blue jeans, the more that they would come to want iPhones and blue jeans. And maybe that would make a cultural shift in their thing, which I've watched some videos of Afghanistan, recent ones. And I'm not going to say that that's happening, but a dent was made. Is that dent good enough for me or you? No, I don't think so, because we lost a lot of guys and gals. But I do think that it shifted a cultural paradigm to a degree. Now, my personal jury's still out on what that is. Does that help?
Yeah, for sure it does. I mean, I think the hard thing for me to understand, and it's not even like I'm not trying to come off as critical of
no, go for it, man.
Of everything. Mm-hmm. Some people listening or watching may get that impression, but when you look at pre-Soviet era in the 80s in Afghanistan, the 70s in Afghanistan, there's pictures and videos of it looking very Western, similar to Iran prior to the Shah, and so there's an element of me that says, fuck, I don't know even right now as we're sitting here if I could tell you what winning in Afghanistan looks like, and I think that's probably the crux of the issue or problem is that it's like, I don't know what that is, because it's their country, so to me, like I almost find myself coming kind of full circle of saying it probably would have been better to have spent 3 months there, to punch the Taliban in the mouth, smoke out as many of them as possible, get them to a point where, okay, they've scattered like cockroaches, they're hiding. So now we're at a decision point where we can say, okay, we can spend the next however long, inch by inch, trying to smoke these guys out one at a time and tit for tat, cat and mouse, losing a bunch of our people, spending trillions of dollars, spending decades there. Or we can pull back out and say, the second you guys start fucking around again, we're going to kick it up another notch, and we're not even going to set boots on the ground. We're just going to fucking remove you from the map. Like, it's your call. Like that would, of course.
I'm 100% with you. Yeah. I think you're 100% right.
Again, it's easy to sit here now and say that, but it's hard for me not to think that, our leadership, Department of Defense-wise, from going through War College to spending decades in those career fields, to have not been in that position and have not understood or thought that then.
Oh, well, I thought about it, but also, too, I think about all the other factors that weigh into the situation. Like, there's just so many different facets of that. I think it goes back to the waking the sleeping giant, though. That surge of America, I forgot what it was that there's many great leaders in the world that have said it. It's like, and I'll use it in the context of us. America has no friends. We have interests. And if it's in our interest to do it, then we're going to do it. When those damn trade centers came down, somebody's going to pay. And we may have to knock over a couple of countries in order for the American people to be placated on the fact that the reaction was made. And if I don't do that, then the chances are I probably won't be the president of the United States in the next term. I mean, realistically. Yeah. And obviously I say the president of the United States, but that's a cascading effect to all the leaders that fall under that. If you aren't making the people happy, then you're going to pay the man. And if you don't make the people happy when you've awakened the sleeping giant, which to my knowledge has only happened twice, you're really going to pay the man. Yeah. Is it right? Absolutely it's not right. It's not right at all. I don't know that if there was a leader on the earth that could have persuaded the American people to, this is what we're going to do the Mike Ritland, what you just said, which is absolutely the right thing to do. I mean, that is the thoughtful and rightful thing to do in order to put the best bang for the buck, across the board, minimize loss of life, and actually do the most effective thing. It absolutely is. I just don't know if it would be feasible at all.
So and that's to say that if Bush at that time, let's say 3, 5, 6 months in, when we were at that point, whatever time period that was, a few months into it, we'll say, mid 02 to be conservative, liberal, whatever. That if he had taken that position, it would have been reminiscent of, say, Clinton throwing a few tomahawks into a few empty bunkers after the coal was bombed or whatever, of not doing enough. You think that would have been the general responses? People would have said, "What, are you fucking kidding me?"
Well, you got two things going on. You got his dad doing a whole war in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you've got who was sitting on his shoulder too,
Cheney.
which is Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
So with those, God bless our hearts, my friend. One, it's like, look how fast Dad did it. He did it really fast, and...
Well, you have to wonder if that actually played into his decision-making process the other way, of saying, because we didn't push it far enough, Saddam stayed in power, shit got even worse, is that, hey, I'm not going to make that same mistake, and we're going to be in it for the longer haul. Who knows?
Yeah, I've heard that one been made a lot, and one can't dismiss that, in terms of, I'm going to finish up what my dad started kind of thing. I think I've read articles where it's been termed exactly that way.
Yeah, especially in Iraq, but even in Afghanistan, and just the response is, how far do you take it?
But I remember in Afghanistan in 04, when Iraq was getting kicked off, I remember one of the comments that one of our guys said in that segment, that 60-minute segment. He says, Laura Logan said, "Is there anything that you want American people to know?" And, he goes, "There's still a lot of war going on here in Afghanistan. This hasn't, even though Iraq's on the center stage now." And that was a very true statement.
Yeah. Was there a catalyst from wrapping up your last deployment in Afghanistan, theater-wise, and then transitioning to Korea? Was there a personal choice for you to shift over, or was it a voluntold thing? Or
do you mean in my command tours?
Yeah.
Oh, in my command tours, when I was at Special Boat Team, so I ended up going back to Special Boat Team 22 as their commanding officer, and during that moment in time, I forgot why, but they needed a commander, a command-screened individual to take control of the Cree. I think it's because of the West Coast commanding officer of the SEAL team that was deployed forward. He had to be in Iraq, which he would have normally been there. So they were looking for commanding officers to send. So the boat teams started cowboying up their commanding officers to go over there. So while I was there, I know I'm taking a long way, telling you a long story here, but so when I was there, that's when I started working with the West Coast guys. I also knew that I really did not want to go be a staff officer right after I got through being a commanding officer, and I knew that the Naval Special Warfare Unit 1 job might possibly be available, and I also knew that the Commodore of Group 1 liked me, and he and I got along very well, and he was good with the job I did as the Cree commander when I was there. He and I got along really well. We saw things eye to eye, and I think he was very satisfied with me in the command position. So when I got through with that, though I'd never ever met him in person, when I did meet him in person, I was like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" And I proposed that. And so for me, it was selfishly a way to get another commanding officer position. Yeah. That's the reason I was doing it.
That's cool.
It was selfishly, that's what it was. Yeah. It was
How was that experience-wise?
It was awesome. It was fantastic.
What's your job there?
In Unit 1?
Yeah.
So at Unit 1, you're in charge of all the Navy SEAL forces that are in the Pacific area of operations. So that includes the ones that are in Korea. It includes the ones that when they come in, they deploy to you, and then they go over and they do the JSETs all over the place.
Guam also, I assume?
Mm-hmm. And Guam was our headquarters.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, you have a hat, a command hat that you wear with the 7th Fleet. So I was CTF 71. So I would, for the 7th Fleet commander, which is a 3-star Navy admiral, I was in charge of SEAL forces as they report to him. And oftentimes they don't, but if they do, under certain war plans, then you put that hat on. So I had to be in charge of the Korean Special Forces was a hat, the Unit 1 for all of Indo-PACOM was a hat, and then for 7th Fleet was a hat.
Okay.
So it's kind of that way.
Yeah. So having spent time in a command position, in charge command position in that area, I'd love to get your take and thoughts on the potential threat that China poses now and how we would handle it from a special operations standpoint and how well we would be able to handle it should it come to that. I know there's a ton of variables that are going to determine that answer, but just generally speaking.
Okay, a couple things on that. So when I was in War College, I wrote a couple of papers, and then they're not important. What's important for that was the research that I did. And so I started looking into the Pacific Fleet and the commander in the Pacific, and I looked at what they've been doing, what their mission statements have been for probably like the last 2 decades, and it's absolutely watching for China. That's what it is in every shape or fashion. And I'm kind of a rebel in a way, a little bit, So I'm like, is it really that? That was kind of the way I was when I went to Pakistan, with that. It's like, what the hell are these guys doing? And they're doing a lot. But anyway, back to that one. So when I got to SOCPAC, Special Operations Command Pacific, I went into the operations officer, and in one of there was an old SF graybeard guy was sitting in there, GS 13 or 14 or something like that. And I was talking to the ops officer that was there, who's a good dude, but, him like me is kind of a flavor of a month, officer, come in, do my command stuff for a couple of years, slap everybody in the ass and then go run off to my next pay grade or whatever my deal is, you know what I mean? So anyway, I go up to the old graybeard guy, and I was like going, dude, what's up with China? And he's like, what do you mean, what's up with China? I was like, I don't know nothing. I didn't grow up in this AOR, and I knew he did. He was a first group guy. I was like, I didn't grow up in this AOR, so I just don't really know it that well. I know these papers that I wrote, and stuff like that. I go, tell me what's going on, buddy. And he goes, I'll tell you what's going on. So you know how they have the big, they have the big map table, with the maps on them and stuff like that. Yeah. So he's like about as far as from me to you on one side of it, and I'm on the other like that. So he grabs the map and spins it and slides it to me. And he slides it to me, orienting me as China, looking out on the rest of this map, right? So what do I do in good SEAL fashion? I lick my forehand, slap it in the middle of that map, spin that baby back to true north, like that, and then start looking at it. He picks my hand up, spins it back around, and makes me China again. He goes, okay, you're China. What's most important to you? And then he starts going around the map, and he points it out. He points to South Korea, and he goes, United States. He points to the Philippines and goes, United States. He points to Japan and says, United States. Taiwan. It just goes to Australia. He's just hitting all these things. He goes, you're a nation with this many billion people and all of this other stuff. If you've got all of these dudes out there, what's most important to you? He goes, this isn't brain surgery. It's right there on the table, and it's not necessarily aggression. It's more about, hey, all of this water's mine, and I've got this encroachment by the United States all over me. What do I do? And I tell you, and I'm not going to give you any great philosophical things from that, but I tell you what, looking at it from that point of view, from whatever degree of Chinese point of view, Chuck Hayes from America can have, I was like, oh yeah, I would definitely be exerting pressure here, pressure there, contain here. It's like drawing out a war plan, of the things that I would be doing. I don't know if that's helpful, but I tell you, it was illuminating for me, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this before over the years. I mean, to me, it's no different than if China built an Air Force base in Tijuana, Yeah,
100%.
How cool would we be with that?
Yeah.
Not very fucking cool.
Or bring a bunch of nuclear missiles to Cuba. It'd be like, hey, bro, what's up?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not rocket science or brain surgery. I mean, it's pretty simple in that regard. I guess understanding that and dovetailing off of that, should, let's say hypothetically, probably the most talked about thing that I've heard in the last couple of years is that China decides they're going to annex Taiwan or whatever, attack it. I mean, however you want to slice that, I guess. Do you feel that the United States military and our special operations capabilities has an ability to go toe-to-toe with China and be successful?
Here I go, not answering your question directly. I flew down Taiwan one day. We fly, me and Matt Heinen. Matt Heinen was my CMC.
Oh, yeah,
you know
I know
Matt. He
him.
put you through SQT or something.
Yeah.
You know, so me and him flying buddies, buddy. We flew down Taiwan one day. We didn't fly to Taiwan. We flew down the length of that country. It's very big. It's very gigantic. It'd be
Maybe.
It's hard for China. Yeah. It's hard for China because it's gigantic, man. It's not, and you know, I get they got a lot of people and stuff like that, but you've got to have enough ships to project there, you know, and then you got to keep what you kill, you know, just like hard lessons that we've learned throughout history. Mm-hmm. You know, once you kill it, you got to keep it, and now you own it. Yeah. So you got to do something with it, and would we make some of an impact? Yeah, probably, but it would be lost in the sauce of all the other mayhem that's going on. It would be not good.
Yeah. I mean, to me,
it's so big.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems kind of like a lose-lose, like there wouldn't
be
a winner.
I mean, Taiwan looks small, but it's not. It's really big. It's like Japan doesn't look that big, and it's gigantic, you know, when you reflect back on World War II and the, you know, I know I'm unhelpful on those.
No, not at all. I mean, to me, I would disagree. I think, to me, having a measured response doesn't mean that you're not answering the question. I mean, to me, it's, because I feel the same way. I mean, I'm way more removed than you are from the community and the Department of Defense.
It's a lot that goes into that, though, you know, and you know, when I think about it, like I said with the Afghanistan stuff, these are things that I've cycled through my mind a lot. And when I was, so here I go. Here's how that went. When we did the role play at National War College, they made me and my buddy Japan. And so when you'd make these moves, strategic moves along the thing, and it was like, so what they did was China attacked Taiwan, right? And they also imposed some blockades on Japan. And the first move that my partner and I made was to rescind, as the Japanese government, we rescind our own constitution, and we are no longer a self-defense country, and we're going to build all of our nuclear bombs that we have sit right there disassembled all of a sudden, and now we're a nuclear power. All of that would go down. Mm-hmm. So there's pressures that would occur, you know, that would instantly occur that would change the face of the Indo-Pacific Pacific, which it wouldn't just be the United States trying to muscle in on China then. Yeah. It would be Japan as a nuclear, probably one of the most powerful nuclear powers in the world. No doubt in my military mind. And with that, you know, I forget how many destroyers they have and the size of their Navy, but it's very, very significant. And in that type of situation would instantly become an extension of the United States of America and its global sea power. It would goes back to my first thing. It would not be good at all. It would be no bueno.
Yeah. Do you think that China, generally speaking, has people that would watch a show like this and hear a 40-year SEAL commander answer a question like that and base any of their intelligence or strategy off of an answer?
I don't know that, but I'll tell you one thing that I am pretty damn sure of. As I'm pretty damn sure of all the other people that I met in my 40-year career all over the world, China has a ton of good people that would be mine and your best friend in 30 seconds. China's population of children between the age of kindergarten and high school is over 330 million, which is the population of the United States of America. I know that they have limits on their resources, even though they provide us with everything that we got. And in fact, right now, Mike, if I snapped my finger and made everything that would go away that was made in Japan in this room, me and you would probably be sitting on our ass in the dirt. I don't know. We might be sitting on the concrete floor. I don't know. But, so they need us a lot. I think a lot of the angst is hyperbole to perpetuate certain industries that are out there that need to pay,
The shareholders.
Shareholders need to pay. Shareholders need to keep lines of military industries that need to keep their lines circulating so people get paychecks, until the 7th generation fighter comes out and all of this other stuff. So there's all types of elements there, What can I do in my own little mind of that? It's kind of like it was in the SEAL teams. It's like if I break it down and think about the individual, did anybody get up in the morning trying to screw everything up? I don't think so. I don't think that people that work for those military industries, especially at mine and your levels, they get up every morning doing everything that they can to provide for their families, which I remember watching one show when I was in Indonesia, and it wasn't propaganda made for the United States. It was a Chinese university. It's a drone university. The entire university is training people to fly drones, creation of drones, and different kinds of drones. And they weren't to kill the United States. What they were mostly for was to monitor the amount of moisture on the crops so they don't have to waste water resources excessively watering their plants to optimize agricultural growth. And so when I see a show like that, which looks very much like one that I would see in the United States, other than the fact that it's a Chinese one, I'm like, these guys are probably pretty normal people too, that are just trying to get along in life. And maybe if everybody just get along a little bit better.
I think we should just make our governments fight each other, and we get
do the one where you take the two big dudes out there, or make the presidents go get after
make
it.
the presidents fight. Fuck it. If you guys have a problem, you can go fight each other.
No kidding, man. Yeah. It's like, why can't we all just get along, man?
Imagine the pay-per-view revenue off of that. You could probably settle the national debt or half of it.
No kidding. God bless our hearts.
Yeah. War college.
Yes, sir.
Is there a singular takeaway from that experience?
Yeah, it really opened my eyes a lot. Twofold, for sure. One, I didn't do very good in high school, right? I did pretty good at war college, which showed me, and all the people that were there were the cream of the crop, the people that are going to go. Now, most of them now are 2 or 3 stars in their respective countries, or here in the United States too. And I was able to do well.
What year were you there?
And I graduated in 2014.
Okay. It seems like that. I mean, that's midway through your career or towards the later part.
It was right before I took first command.
It seems like it would be more beneficial to put people through that earlier in their career.
At that particular place, National War College, I actually went a little early, pay grade wise, not age wise, because I'm a lot older than most everybody. Excuse me. Most everybody goes there and puts on full bird, respectively, when they're there. And there's a couple of generals and admirals that are there from other countries. But what a lot of that is, what the majority of it is it's a great eye-opening education in terms of national strategy, which you receive a master's degree in science from. But more importantly than that, it brings all of these people together. We also have elements of all the alphabet agencies that are there too, usually 2 individuals from all of those agencies that are there, and also all of the foreign countries. A lot of the most prominent foreign countries, they send their best and brightest there. It's formulating the relationships that they're going to carry into 1, 2, 3, 4 star as they percolate up the food chain, and including ambassadors. We have guys there, a lot of guys that are up and coming ambassadors for State Department and stuff. I've kind of tracked all of these guys' careers, and it builds those relationships around the good old United States of America. And I don't mean that in a bad way either, because, man, our nation is incredible. And I'm going to give you an example, really, so the audience doesn't get a bad picture of that. Here's what one of them did. So they bring them all over, and they go and do trips on the weekends sometimes to different places. Like they'll take them to Silicon Valley. They'll take them to see Apple. They'll take them to see this. And yeah, is it touting the United States of America? Yeah, to a degree, but I'm going to tell you something too. They did this. One of my buddies from Lithuania, really good buddy. I go, what'd you do this weekend? He goes, I go, where are you going this weekend? He goes, we're all going to Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm like going, cool, man. I was like, well, go to BB King's, and drink some beer, and listen to some blues and eat some barbecue, me, classic Forever and E5, in my own mind or whatever, like that.
The Shaw's
like,
training trip. Yeah.
Exactly. And so anyway, he comes back and I go, where did y'all go? And he goes, dude, he didn't say dude because he's a Lithuanian. He goes, we went to the Mississippi Maximum Security Penitentiary in the morning. And I go, really? And he goes, yeah. They took us through it, showed it all to us, showed us how people end up here, took us to death row, showed us death row, showed us the execution room, everything, all the stuff. And he goes, and then that afternoon, we went to St. Jude's Children's Hospital and met with all the little kids that have cancer, that are dying, but their moms and dads don't have to pay anything for them to be here, and they're doing their best to save their lives. And I was like, that is crazy. That is like one end of the thing to the other end. So yeah, it's a great education, but all of our international partners, they truly get to see America in its, in what it is. And, of course, with the idea being that you will always remain a great ally of the United States of America. It's a thing.
I mean, it's a fascinating institution. I wish I had gotten to go there. I mean, it seems like such a neat place.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Once you decided, or maybe you didn't, retirement, was that a decision? Was it, hey, you've been around long enough, thanks for playing, it's time for you to go? How did that shake out?
Well, I kind of saw the writing on the wall with that one. I had I was hoping to screen for Major Command and become a Commodore. And I got a great piece of advice from the 7th Fleet Commander. He's a good dude. He was a submariner by trade and a rock star. And he goes, here's the deal, Chuck. I'm going to write you a great fit rep. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I'll be able to write a better fit rep. But at the end of the day, know this. Your community knows who they want to promote. When you get to the level that you're at now, they know who's going up the food chain. So what that meant to me personally, Mike, was I knew the people in my cohort, you know what I mean, that they're going to pick. And my mind was, of course I want them to pick me, but why would they pick me? Because they have guys that have more experience, that have done better, that are not 58 years old. Why not pick the guy that's 43 years old? So at the end of the day, I knew that was coming, and I still, of course, hung on, thinking that I would get picked, but I didn't get picked. And once I didn't get picked, I was like, roger that. It's all good. Coming up on 40 years of service, which equals, last time I checked, 100% retirement. Yeah, I think I can do that.
Yeah.
And so
as an 04, 05?
06, captain.
No shit.
Yeah.
Captain, man, I've been calling you by your first name this whole time.
You can call me. You're calling me a lot better than a lot of people have called me.
That's just. I will say this: hearing that, it's a bit surreal for me. I spent from 18 to 30 in the SEAL teams. Got out as an E6. If you had told me at 30 when I got out that 17 years later I'd be sitting here interviewing a captain, I'd have probably slapped him, it's just, it's really a treat to be able to sit down and talk with you like this. So I appreciate it. But
I appreciate you. And too, Mike, I always remind folks, along their career, it's like none of us ever joined the Navy to stay in for 40 years. There were so many moments. I love the teams the whole time, but there were so many critical moments where, you go and you're like, it's either, I remember when I wasn't going to war, when I was at TRADET, until I got picked to go to the task unit commander, I was going to get out and go work as a contractor for one of our buddies, because at least I know I get to go to the show, because you want to go to the show. Yeah. And then of course, I was fortunate about the time just before I was picking up Chief Petty Officer, I married my wife, Tori. We've been married for 30 years and we've had 4 kids. Oh. And though we didn't cover it in this, there's so much of their story that interlaces, and how their lives are shaped in with my lives, and you make these concessions along the way to either further your career for, so you get for your pay on the backside, and you balance all of that. So it's all of these little moving parts that come into it. So none of us ever know,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, and any one of them can drastically pivot your path and family's journey.
It sure can.
Yeah. I am curious. So, you know, you weren't forced to retire, but the writing was on the wall. You did spend a couple of years in at a pretty high level when Biden was president. The whole shot mandate thing and just overall morale, you being in a position of, you know, a captain in naval special warfare, give me your thoughts on, I guess, him being elected, the COVID stuff, and, you know, just the dynamic shift to social policies being vastly different than I think most in the military were used to. Did you?
Well, here we go. All right. So, earlier in my career, especially around the time of first Desert Storm, we got vaccines. A lot of vaccines.
Anthrax
for a lot
and all
of
kinds of
anthrax and botulism. I took them for a long time. And the way I looked at it was that's part of the job, you know. And I'll tell you, man, that just held true for me all the way through the COVID thing. I had a couple of people that were close to me that died from COVID right off the bat that were not physically compromised, but they died from it. So I was just like, I just put it in the same category as, for me, in my own mind, is the anthrax and botulism and all of that other stuff. I'm just taking the vaccine.
Yeah.
And I took it for a while and then I quit, you know.
So you've had multiple.
I had 2 or 3, you know, 2 or 3, whatever they are, you know, whether they're 1-shots or 2-shot things, you know.
Well, so, I mean, it's interesting you bring that up. So I'm curious, why do you think politics has embedded itself to a degree with which it's different now? Because I don't disagree with the logic in that similarly, whether it's, you know, smallpox, anthrax, I mean, I took all kinds of fucking prophylactics and vaccines and shit that I know was terrible. And similarly, that's part of the gig. I signed up for it, didn't really even think twice about it. You fast forward to this, and I don't know if it's I don't know if it's solely politics. I don't know if there was something different about it because it's this thing from China that people thought. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you have?
I definitely had an issue with that. I mean, you know, when they were, you know, Wuhan and all of that stuff, I'm like going, come on, man.
Yeah.
You know, what's up?
But I guess, I mean, just from, again, somebody who spent decades in the military and at least from my perspective or recollection, like, I don't remember ever seeing or hearing of a more polarizing subject.
I remember
even within the military.
Yeah, when it all went down, when it all went down, you know, Trump was the president, and I remember it was like apocalypse now. You know, going to work, I'd ride my bike some days to work. You know, it was like apocalypse, and we just kind of waited to see what would happen and everything. Like I said, I had a couple of friends and family, not family members, but people from my hometown, you know, that, you know, passed away. And then you know, one of the guys that used to work for me was one of the guys that was, I am not taking the vaccine. You can't make me take the vaccine, and I'm not going to take it no matter what. And he never asked my advice. If he had, I would have told him, take the vaccine and shut the hell up if you want to stay in the military. But, you know, I understood where he was coming from, you know. I personally don't believe it's a choice. If it's a mandate for, you know, the people in uniform to take it, too bad, so sad. That's what you signed the hell up for. And I'm not saying, you know, I'm a human too. I don't want people to screw over, but life's about choices, and you can make choices. And some people made those choices, and you live by the choices that you make, because we're all big boys, you know, and we have a big boy day.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of the way I felt about that.
Do you still feel that way?
I think so. I think so. I have to have enough confidence and trust in organization, in the concept of organization and government. Now, it wanes sometimes, you know what I mean? It ebbs and it flows. But yeah, I just do. I have more choices now that I'm not in the military. But when I was in the military, I was all in. I don't mean blindly all in. You know, I would damn sure buck the system if I needed to buck the system. And I would say something to my bosses if I needed to say something to the bosses. But if I felt if it was something that's kind of in the middle, and I don't want to even say give it the benefit of a doubt. I mean a lot more than that, because I'm an intelligent person like you are. You know, and it's like I'd make a call, and at the end of the day, if the call is, yeah, this organization once fit me very well, and it no longer fits me, so I'm going to exit stage right. You know, then I would have done that if need be. Does that help? I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, you know, I think that's one of the components of our society is, like you said, you make choices, whether you decide, hey, I joined and they're telling me I have to do this, and it's no different than taking orders to somewhere I don't want to go, or, you know, whatever. And, you know, there's people that are free to say, no, you can kick me the fuck out, I'm not taking it. And you have those same ramifications. To me, the disappointing part, or the part that I find kind of troublesome is more on the principle of the polarization of it.
I don't like that.
And trying to understand why this was so much different than anything else that our military has experienced in that way. You know, it just seemed like, why is there such a difference now with this in particular?
I think part of it was our military instrument, and the thing underneath it, it's not democratic. Yeah. It's like you sign the hell up, you obey the orders of the superior officer, and you execute the mission. Now, there's lots of other stuff in that too, you know, and
well, provided it doesn't
you know,
go against the
you can do it any way you want to do it. But at the end of the day, there are certain things that are not democratic institutions, and the United States military is not. Yeah. It's, you know, your commander values your opinion till the point where it's like, but then at the end of the day, when it comes down to mission, it's like, boom, you know.
Well, provided it doesn't violate the Constitution.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm 100% on board with that. Yeah. I'm 100% on board with that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, not like I still have never had one of the vaccines, and I wouldn't get it. If I had been on active duty, I probably would have maintained that same principle and dealt with the consequences. But I can certainly respect the fact that I do understand that the military isn't a democracy, and when you do sign up, you're saying, hey, I give, you know, up to and including my life, the people who are in charge of me, and that's part of the gig. And if you don't like that, then don't do it.
Yeah, and you know too, Mike, I think it seldom gets down to that. That's the bottom line. You know, at the very either top or the bottom of whatever you're looking for. But I think it seldom gets down to, as a commander, and in my time as a commanding officer, I'm going to tell. I don't think we really touched on it here, but there was one thing that I was like, I want to be the best commanding officer I can possibly be. Because you know what? I've had some great commanding officers, and I've had some that, you know what I mean? And I think that was around about the time that I was making commander, or a little bit before making commander, when I left that Afghanistan thing we were talking about. Mm-hmm. I was like, now my new goal is to put everything in position to be the best damn commanding officer I could possibly be. Because you know what? The commanding officers that I truly loved, it's like there was not a better feeling in the world than, you know, that they had your back and you wanted to be on their team, you know? And I've been lucky to be on some great teams, you know, with the who's who of naval special warfare. All of them have been my boss, if not directly, then once or twice removed. And they're fantastic in every way, and you just want to be a part of that team. And so that's the way I was. And what I'm beating around the bush about to that is that you take all of that into consideration. I want, and the way I thought of it was like this, and the way I kind of did it was, anything I could possibly make clear to my people, the highest and lowest person in the chain of command, I absolutely would when I could, which was almost all the time. And the end state of that to be, there may be a moment when I ask you to do something, or I order you to do something that I don't want you to ask me why. I just want you to damn execute. And that's not pushing the nuclear button to kill everybody in the world. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in, operationally. You just want to be in a position to put everything in position so you're respected and trusted as a leader. Because at the end of the day, they're great people that have wonderful families that love them, that you want to do the best you can for them to support them and support their families. Because at the end of the day, that's all we're doing in this life, is we're just working through this crazy chaotic thing that we've got going. I know I'm rambling, but I mean it from the bottom of my heart. And I'd always listen to everything that they'd have to say. And sometimes it'd be tough love. It's tough love, and also everything is not fair and equal. And I had really great relationships and still do with all my command master chiefs who I leaned on incredibly. And I thank God to the bosses of Naval Special Warfare that gave me the fantastic command master chiefs that they gave me. Mm-hmm. But, it was like sometimes, you have knucklehead E4, knucklehead E5 that's made E5 like 30 seconds that goes to a school, gets all shithoused and runs and punches a Marine major in the side of the face. And what does a Marine major do when you do that? He kicks the living dog shit out of you. Then you come back to the command and you go to the commander for captain's mass, which I'd very quickly bust you down to like E3 or E4 or whatever it is, knowing full well that it was because you were a knucklehead or the person was a knucklehead, and they'll be able to recoup that pay grade in a year from now, and they will have learned a lesson from it, and then they will call me 5 years from then and let me know that they just put on chief petty officer, which makes me feel good, whatever. But then conversely, you have the other guy that's in the same situation that just might have had a bad night, got a little shithoused, but he's got a wife and 3 kids. You don't go busting that pay grade down so quickly on that, So everything is what it is,
Discretion.
Discretion with careful consideration. And I think that that kind of holds true with everything, especially with those decisions and
Agreed.
The thoughts that I have.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with any of that.
Yeah.
So I've got a note on a couple things that I want to ask you about. The soft whisper and kind of what you're doing now, psychedelic medicine retreat. Yeah. Also a near-death experience, shaman, soul retrieval, past life regressions, the quote-unquote weird shit.
The weird shit, yeah, exactly. Yeah, interlaced through my entire career, I've had very strange and unusual things happen. I know, even from being a young man and going to Baptist church, I'd always have questions. It's like, when I told you about one of the most profound things in my life that happened early on was my first death. When death first happened, I was like, if there's a God out there that loves us, why in the hell would it kill baby Ashley? Baby Ashley didn't do anything wrong like that, And if you go ask the preacher, if I go ask my mom and dad.
Well, God has a plan.
God has a plan. Yeah. I was like, well, I'm proud of God, but that ain't working out for the chuckster right now. You know what I'm saying?
Seems like a shitty plan.
It's not a good plan, So I've always had a question of, different things. And then I've had all of these assorted events that have just happened that are outside the realm of consciousness or whatever, or strange things. And then all the freaky team guy crap that we have. It's like, dude, I went in this room in this spidey sense, for whatever reason, man, it was like, I knew I needed to go look over here or something. And by God, that little Taliban dude was stuffed underneath the, or whatever your thing is. And you've had it too, and you have it hunting and, in different places like that. But the near-death experience thing was incredible, and it was life-changing. And I went to, I don't know if you want me to tell about it, but I went to a school that was, it was called Operational Emergency Medicine. And it was put on by an entity. I'm not going to get too much in the details of that because I'm not going to get nobody in trouble. But within that, a lot of the people that were at that course was SF medics like us, whether it be SEAL or MARSOC or whatever, and first-year medical students. And we would do procedures on one another for the first-year medical students to understand what's involved with the procedure that's being done. i.e. a nasogastric tube, where they run the tube up your nose and into your stomach and pump your stomach out. We would do that to one another. Of course, you did millions of IVs. I'm sure you did in your training. We'd do IVs on one another.
Never after a long night of drinking.
Never, of course not. But we would do a lot of normally what would be considered minimally invasive procedures to one another. And the reason the doctor that authored this course wanted to do it was so the first year medical students would understand when they're saying, you know,
Shut
give
up
this,
and relax.
do this to this person, this patient, what it actually feels like for them to not be so lackadaisical in delving out all of these procedures. So we did that, right? So when we're in this class one day, we were talking about epinephrine, and we were talking about fight or flight, and we were talking about the different things that were in thing. And one of the things that he said was, when a body is dying, it's in an epinephrine storm, which means the body's endocrine system is shooting the epinephrine or adrenaline out into the body, which is bringing most of the blood flow from the extremities of the body back into the core so the heart can protect itself and protect the brain to keep the core alive. It was going to want to do that. And as you well know, when we get in really cold weather, it does the same thing with our digits and all this other stuff. So I'm sitting there listening to him like that, and it was really cool. And after class was over, I was like, hey, doc, so you mean to tell me that every time somebody's dying, their body automatically initiates a epinephrine storm? And he goes, yeah, unless they just get like smashed by a piano or something that, that instantly destroys them. That's happening because your body wants to live. It physiologically wants to survive from hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. And I was like, cool. And then I was like going, so if we artificially induced an epinephrine storm and put the person unconscious, wouldn't they have a near-death experience? And he just looked at me and he goes, I don't know. You want to do it after school? And I'm like, you damn right I do. Like that.
Fucking way.
And I had a SF medic there with me too.
That's classic team guy shit.
And he was like, they were like going, and he goes, okay, cool. He goes, you get a plan together. I'll look over the plan. We'll figure it out and we'll do it after school, like that. And I was like, cool. So I figured the plan out. I showed it to him after it was over with. We got it all together, and then I was the first guy to do it.
No shit.
And it was legit.
Well,
and would you like me to tell the entire world what the thing is right now?
I would love more
cool.
than.
All right. So here's the way it went. What you did was you put the person, mobilize the person on a long spine board, and then you put the EKG leads, the 13 EKG leads all over them so you can monitor their heart. We decided not to put an IV in only because he said that the types of drugs that would have to be administered if things went sideways, that he could administer those orally anyway, which I know about those. I knew about those too because I was a full up 18 Delta at this stage of the game. And so what it was an anaphylactic dose of epinephrine given sub-Q in the back of the arm to initiate the epinephrine storm. And you can watch the storm build on the EKG leads as the heart rates go up. And as it starts building, then you put the person on, what was it? It was 2 liters of oxygen and 6 liters of nitrous oxide, which is going to make you go unconscious. But as you know from your Navy SEAL diving training, that it's 79% nitrogen, 21% oxygen in the environment. So the equivalency there is the individual is being provided enough oxygen to sustain life, but they are going to go unconscious. And so we strapped the person down on a long spine board in case they went ape shit when the thing. So anyway, he did all of that to me, and they did that to me, got me all set up. Gave me the thing. I could feel the epinephrine storm, building, and then put me on the nitrous. And then as I was going down, your ceiling tiles aren't that way, but most of them ceiling tiles that kind of look like the surface of the moon. Mm-hmm. I remember staring at that. And I can remember, I can hear the air conditioning in this room right over there right now. I remember hearing that and my breathing and my heart beating, and it just all come together. It came together in a point, and I'm going down, and I remember looking down at my feet, and my feet were up like this, and then they just moved apart. And I remember the doctor looking at the other guy, and he looked at him, the other guy looked at the doc first, and he goes, don't worry, it's the epinephrine effect. like that. And when he said that, which has absolutely nothing to do with this whole thing, Mike, I instantly for a moment thought they were conspiring to kill me and that they were killing me right now. And I just cowboyed myself up to the whole damn thing. That has nothing to do with what I'm about to say, but it was Strange Thoughts by Chuck Hayes. I don't know. And so anyway, I looked back up at the ceiling, and then it was a convergence of the whistle of the air conditioning, a high-pitched noise, and my heart beating that all came into line into a synchronicity of a very high-pitched noise, like really, really loud. And I immediately exploded through the tunnel of light and just started whipping through the tunnel of light, just like I'm dying, and I knew I was dying. And I whipped through the tunnel, and I blasted out into an expanse of space at which there were no stars at all. And I was floating in that space in a non-physical body. And I was just there. And so I don't waste a lot of time in your podcast, I was there for a while, a little bit of time.
This is pitch black?
Pitch black, but I'm in it and I'm floating in it. But I don't remember ever looking down at hands or limbs or anything. I'm just a part of it, but I'm in it. But I'm still me, right? And in the distance, I hear a laughing. And it's like a way off distance laugh, like somebody across the field or whatever. And it's slowly coming to me, and I'm intently listening to it. And it gets closer and closer and closer. And the closer it gets, it has a contagious nature to it. I can't explain that, but it was contagious to the point where I start laughing with it. It's almost like you want to join it and you're laughing. And as that's happening, then I instantly realize what is happening. And that is the voice that I hear that's laughing is Jesus. And he's laughing at me because we play these incredible, elaborate jokes on one another throughout time. He's like a friend, like a best friend, like a shooting buddy. And we play these elaborate jokes on one another. And he has just played the very best one on me. And I'm starting to know it. I'm realizing now that this is just a giant joke. And as I starting to think that, the whole idea of me being a Navy SEAL and living on some planet called Earth and be a part of my family is all fake. And as that's happening, my entire life starts rolling in front of me. Like every major event in my life is like flipping, and it's going very quickly, yet any page I want to touch to make it stop for a moment to recount that memory, it's there instantly, and then it just keeps flying. And it's like it's all a giant joke, and all of a sudden I'm just consumed with this massive sorrow that everything that I've done in my life, it's not true. It's not real. And it's all fake. My family's fake. Everybody, not fake, it's just not real. Everybody that loved me, everything that's around me, none of it ever happened, and it's real. It really happened. And then I just kind of descend back into his voice and the presence again, and it's okay. And I realize that it's okay, that it's that way. And I'm going to get him on the next time we do this joke. And the next time we do that joke, I'm going to get him so good, it's going to be so much better than what he just got me. I'm just going to do that, Like I said, we're playing this giant game. And then within that, there's this noise that's playing in the background. It's da-dun, 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 like that. And I'm sitting there, and I'm trying to focus in on that sound while comprehending this incredible thing that's just happened to me, this life-changing thing. And then, I don't know if you remember, if you're old enough, but back when we used to watch Looney Tunes cartoons when we were a little thing, at the end of it, these circle rounds would go, da, 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 and that face would come out and go, that's all, folks. And when it did that, it sucked me right back down the tube, wham, onto the bed. And I'm like laying there strapped down on that thing, and I opened my eyes again. And that's the end of it, right? And so I'm back in the room now, and I'm alive, and I'm on the table. And they unstrapped me, and I sat up and I told them, I go, I just had a near-death experience. I went to the light, saw the angels, saw Jesus, the whole 9 yards. And they're looking at me like, you're crazy as a shithouse rat. And I'm like, really? Okay, well, you get your ass down here and do it, right? So my SF brother, he gets down there on the table. We it ain't like you do it like that. It takes 30 minutes to set it all up, and we do all the stuff. We do him, and when we bring him back, he is screaming at the top of his lungs, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. And then when we brought him back and we lifted him up, it was like he had gone to hell. And he goes, I never, ever, he was sad, you know, he had tears coming out of his eyes. He's like, I never, ever want to do that again, like that. And then, of all things, as it gets better, I look at the doc and I was like, all right, doc, it's your turn, like that. And he's like going, all right, I'll do it. Now get a load of this, man. We got a doctor on the table. We got 2 medics in a medical institution doing this crazy ass shit, right? Anyway, we do the doc. The mistake I made with the doc was we did the whole thing and it all went well. When I was bringing him back, what you would do then is you would shut the nitrous off, increase the flow to like 6 or 8 liters of oxygen, and just hold the mask on their face and bring him back. So, you know, he's strapped down. He opens his eyes and he looks normal to me, right? So I undo his chest strap. The second I undo his chest strap, he sits straight up on the thing and he's looking in my eyes. And when I see he's looking in my eyes, I can tell he's not there. You know, he's looking straight at me, but he's not there. And so I'm purging that O2 and I was like, come on, doc, wake up, doc, wake up, doc. And even though his eyes never, ever blinked, it was like he came back. You know, it wasn't like the shark thing that goes down, but whatever reason, you know, I saw him come back like that. And I was like, you know, and then I put my hand on his shoulder to steady him. And I was like, it's okay, doc. Let's just sit here a minute like that. And turned him around, sat him on the table. And I'm back to smart ass Hayes again, of course. And I go, you went to see the angels, didn't you, doc? Like that. And he looked at me dead in my eyes and he goes, it's going to take me a while to tell you what just happened to me. I got to think about it. Like that. And so then after that, we didn't do any more that day. We probably did it. I did it. The other guy never did it again. I did it like 1 or 2 more times. It all happened again, but it wasn't as profound as that first one was. Now back to that da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. When I left that school, in my mind, I felt as though that I knew it was a nursery rhyme. I knew it was something that I'd heard every day, you know, growing up. It wasn't something that was weird and obscure. It was a thing. The da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. And so that was probably about 27 years old when that happened, right? I'm not lying to you, Mike. I would go to libraries and look through nursery rhymes, trying to figure out what that was. Because in my mind, for whatever reason, I really believed that I needed to find it, because if I didn't find it, it may be like, that might be like the last thing I hear before I die, for real. And so anyway, when I was 30 years old, I was reading a book called The Way of the Peaceful Warrior by a guy named Dan Millman. And in the back of that, it talked about how he had done different things and gone different ways, stuff like that, and got a divorce and some other stuff. He goes, I was walking down the beach and I was thinking about the Buddhist monk that said, am I a man who dreams he's a butterfly, or am I a butterfly that dreams I'm a man? And he goes, I don't really know. He goes, so I just went down the beach whistling the childhood nursery rhyme, roll, roll, roll your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. And that's what it was. It was that I heard. And then when I went and looked that up, author is unknown. And I was just like, what the fuck?
Holy shit.
That was some major shit, dude. That was some major
I have a
shit.
million questions. First of all,
We have all the time in the world. We have as long as you've got.
Yeah, I got all day. Apparently, I have the rest of forever from what
you
you're saying.
Because life is but a dream.
How long are you in that state of being out?
I put down 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes was our thing. It's like, so basically we'd start the stopwatch as soon as we saw him going unconscious.
Did you guys videotape any of that?
No, absolutely not. We didn't even know if it was going to work. We were just messing around.
That's some pretty heavy dice rolling.
It's some heavy dice rolling, but it's not heavy dice rolling in comparison to like those movies like Flatliners where they would stop somebody's heart. Yeah. We were, you know, the person was completely, and here, I believe that procedure is safe for anybody that's in reasonably good shape. The max the heart rate ever went was maybe 130, 120 to 130. Now, of course, we don't want to do that to somebody that's not in shape or whatever. But it was, and people can pick it apart, but I'd tell them to go get on the damn table and do it, because I have one friend of mine, he goes, that's not a near-death experience. That's an out-of-body experience. And me in my own mind, I'm like going, first off, I just went and touched the face of God. Don't you be trying to micromanage and tell me what the hell just happened to me. The most profound experience in my whole life. It's like, what the hell are you talking about, man?
This was when you were 27?
Yeah, I was like 27.
Do you have any idea if you extended that to 7 or say 10 minutes?
Yeah, I believe you absolutely and safely could.
Is that something that you ever thought about doing?
I've never been able to do it again. Set it up, bro. We'll do it.
Yeah, I know a guy. Over here at Presbyterian.
Well, I tell you what, when you post this podcast, somebody's probably going to be doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus. Man, it's hard to even wrap my mind around all that.
I tell you, though, I have no problem with telling the whole thing because this may sound a little too much, but I wanted to give it to the world at some stage because I think it should be out there.
No, it's wild. I mean, I can only imagine that as you sit here, almost 30 years later, right? Is that something that you think about all the time?
Yeah.
Like every day? Or?
I do now. In this phase of my life, I don't think about it every day, but it's absolutely like a beautiful golden thing, treasure that's in my little life's treasure box. I absolutely think of it that way because it was with that, I knew that we just don't die, man. We just don't die. We're good. So, it's going to be okay.
Can you visualize it and see it as clearly right now
4K,
as you
baby.
did then?
4K,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I've had multiple outer body experiences, and all of those things are very unique in the case that they're in 4K. I can see them right now, just like I'm looking at you right now. It's very
The other
powerful.
ones are the psychedelic medicine retreat stuff, or
I had one happen. I had one happen while I was deployed to Haiti that was 1994, where I was given the peace pipe by the white buffalo calf woman. And that was a dream within a dream. So that was literally a dream where I was asleep. I went to bed one night and I woke up and she was standing off to the side of the bed. And I stood up and she handed me the peace pipe, white buffalo calf woman. And that pipe, I remember it distinctly, and I've drawn diagrams of it. I've never seen one that looked like it. And I remember she gave it to me, and then I woke up from my dream, and I was like, shit. But then I looked down at on the foot of the bed, and the pipe was sitting there. And no sooner was the pipe sitting there, I woke up from the dream again. So it was like a dream within a dream, if you will. I woke up like a couple of times. It's weird I'm saying this way, but that's the way it was. Yeah. I woke up from the dream and said, oh shit, that wasn't real. That was only a dream. And then looked down at the base of the bed and the pipe was sitting there. And when I reached down to pick it up, then I woke up for real. And of course it wasn't there. Yeah.
You have all this profound shit happen to you. When that happens to me, it's like I'm getting blown in my dream and I don't get to finish. That's the expanse of depth that I.
When I went to 18 Delta, that was the one. I was in the barracks one night and I went to bed, and this was very dark. I was like, it's the devil, and I was pinned to the bed and it was choking me, and I yelled in my dream, get the fuck off of me, whatever, because it is incredibly strong, like steel coils, and I was 20 something years old, so I was very strong back then, and it was like totally had control on me and pinned me down, and I was like, get the fuck off of me, and then I woke up, and I was like, fuck, that was a fucked up dream, and that night my roommate was not there. He had gone to visit his family or something. But, like in most Army 2-room barracks with a shared bathroom, you can see the light under the door because the light's on in the hall because of, the fire safety parameters and all military installations. And when I put my foot on the floor to go take a pee, I got drilled back down into the bed by the devil again, and he pinned me. And he was like, I told you, motherfucker, to stay the fuck down, like that. And it was like full body weight body crush. And I leaned my head over to the right, and the only thing I could think to do was, I have to wake up from this dream. And so I started hitting myself. The only thing I could move was my arm. And so I hit myself in the face like 3 or 4 times until I woke up. And then I woke up for real. And then I went and fixed my bloody nose because I'd busted my nose. So that one was a very dark, that was a very dark, very real thing.
Did you ever, I guess, talk to the other 2 guys, specifically the guy that said he thought he went to hell? Or you thought
I called the doctor up about 2 years ago, because I told him, I mean, when I called him up, I was just going to see if I could reach out to him. And I was like going, hey, I'm not going to say anybody's name or anything, but I definitely think that this is something that, somebody needs, whatever, I'm not, no thing to monetize it or anything, but the world needs to know about this one way or the other. I was like, what do you remember about that? And he goes, I remember it all. He goes, I still think about it all the time. He goes, it was one of the most profound experiences of my life. He goes, I've never told anybody about it.
Did he tell you about it? Did he not tell you about it? Would he not explain it?
Oh, he just, he didn't go into the details of what had happened. I don't know that I don't know if they were positive or negative, but he didn't go into it. He goes, but he did say that he thinks about it all the time, and that it was one of the most profound things of his life.
You didn't, I mean, to me, like, my curiosity would get the best of me in that moment, and I would be like, dude, you got to tell me what was it? You didn't ask him that?
I didn't. I don't believe it was good. The inflection that he was giving me, and the feeling that I had, just within my whatever, I don't think it was good. Yeah. And I mean, I don't think it was good in the context. I don't think I wanted to know.
I got you.
I don't. I'm just.
Yeah. Did you talk to the SF guy? Did he go any further?
There was no doubt in my mind. He went to hell. He went to hell, and he didn't like it.
Yeah. You never talked to him about it again?
I never saw him again.
Really?
I've looked for his name. I can't find. I mean, I can tell you his name, but I'm not going to say it right now. But
right.
It's like I know his name. I've just never been able to find him anywhere.
Wow.
Anymore. He was a good guy. He may have been a reserve, SF guy, but it doesn't matter. I mean,
right.
I don't remember what group.
Dude, that's intense.
It was incredible, man.
So I'm curious. I mean, that was again almost 30 years ago. How has that shaped your view on religion, generally speaking, and where do you sit with it now? How does that kind of formulate your thought process on life, why we're here, what happens afterwards? If Christianity, Judaism, Muslim, like, how does it all fit together? Does it?
It absolutely all does. And right about that time, too, or a little bit after that, I was driving down the road. I was driving back from Alabama to Virginia Beach. And there was a lady riding down the road right there. And I remember looking at her, and this is going to be really weird. I remember looking at her, and I said, I love her. And it was kind of in that moment that I kind of realized I loved everybody on the earth, right? And it was really weird because, you're talking about team guy dude that's like 20-something years old, and it's like, I love everybody on the earth. And I really had that feeling. Then after I was like 30-something years old, I had another really incredible dream with a shaman that came to me. But after that, I call that time in my life, it seems like a first enlightenment, kind of an enlightenment. I know I know it's not even probably respectful of me to give it that label, but it was kind of like I saw all of this stuff, and all of this stuff happened. And then it wasn't too long after that, and not in a negative way, I got married, I became an officer, I dove back into my career, and all of that stuff's still there. It was just kind of on the back burner, which has all come back out now. Then we'll talk more about that, since I've come to the end of my military career and where I'm going in the future. But to answer your question, absolutely, dude. There's all of it. Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, all of them. They were all of them were, and they're real, and they did what they did. They did what they said they did. The Holy Bible is the Holy Bible as best as the Council of Nicaea could formulate, in 400 AD or whatever it is. But for the most part, it's all very accurate in the context of when I got my degree, it was in history. So I learned to understand what primary source is and secondary source. Like if I hear Mike say something, that's primary source. If somebody tells me what Mike says, that's secondary source. So, when you go through those different types of documents, it's important to find things that are, primary source and who the individuals were that said what they said and stuff like that. And of course, with all religions, there are dogmas associated with them in order to control the masses. And they formulate their own rules and they make some of their own rules. And, if we had Jesus sitting here beside us, I don't know if that'd be exactly what would come out of his mouth, but for the greater good of mankind, it was deemed at some stage that it went down that road.
So I guess the question I would ask then is that the three religions, while they acknowledge the other two, they all tend to gravitate towards they're correct and the other two aren't exactly.
Right, but that within itself is the dogmas of the individuals that came after those great avatars, and I respectfully say that in the context of, Jesus, Buddha, and Krishna, that just those people that came after them that cultivated their religions and also formulated and added things to them when truthfully, they were not in the positions to do so. They weren't those individuals. Personally, me, myself, like if a disciple of Christ said it, I'll give it a thumbs up at this station. Yeah. You know what I mean? And of course, if Jesus said it, I'll give it a thumbs up at this station. But the things that, like if I track that back to that was something that this particular church implemented as part of the, because I think if you keep it to this, God is love. That's, at the end of the day, that's what it is. And anything that's antithesis to that is not correct. And God does not have an ego because it doesn't need one. So it doesn't need to punish anybody for anything or be angry or feel like that Mike betrayed him, so I'm going to crush Mike. That's it. That just can't be true. And a lot of times in a lot of religions, things and rules have been formulated around those things that make those things cases. Like, Matt, if you don't go to church on Sunday, then you're not a good boy, man, and...
So with that, for saying that that's the case, and I'm not
agreeing
or disagreeing.
Yeah. I'm already way over my tips and my skis right now, so let's just go ahead and keep it going down the hill.
So I'm curious, if in this context, if God is love, why does hell exist? Like, why would your SF buddy have found himself in that position?
I believe that within his soul, in whatever way, and when I say soul, I don't mean that it's something that's permanent. He could have very well had things that have happened to him in his life that he feared incredibly. And he manifested those in that moment. I don't necessarily, I don't know. I believe with him, it was something that he manifested. And I'm not saying that, I don't know. There's some things I don't know. I try to have a lot of the pieces of the puzzle turned over, and trying to formulate them. But I don't think that, he went to hell in a hell sense. I believe that he went into a place based off of some types of fears that he has in his mind. And I don't know whether those are, now I'm going to what I do now, talking about more about what I do now and what I try to help people with. I don't know if that was something that happened in his childhood in another time or in whatever conversation that we have today here, talking about childhood, I don't never mean it in the context of a worst case scenario, because there are things that young children have that happen to them that they just think it's really, really sad. And if we look at it from an objective point of view, it's like, that wasn't really that sad. We just took your so-and-so away. But from that child could feel betrayed or maybe a level of fear or things like that occurred to that guy that manifested itself in that moment in the worst case scenario. Instead of, like for me, I guess it was more of a positive or beautiful, wonderful thing. And that correlates, that aligns too with a lot of the psychedelic medicines too.
Do you believe that hell exists?
I believe hell exists for some people. I don't believe the classic Dante's Inferno. I don't. I think that maybe that was for Dante, but whatever, or Milton, when he wrote it. But I don't. And, are there evil forces? Most likely. I don't want to get near them. I mean, obviously, whoever crawled on that bed on that night I was there and pinned me the fuck down, that was serious. And I mean, their strength was incredible. But as I'm sure that we'll get to at some stage with my experience with the psychedelic medicines.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to get in there. Just, I guess, one quick question.
Yeah,
before
go for
that.
it, man.
Just
all you want to ask.
With Judaism being the oldest of the three major religions, or I mean, maybe you could debate that even. Full disclosure, I'm not a theology major.
Yeah.
But just my rough understanding of the Jewish perspective of Christianity and Jesus in particular, and there being a bit of a disparity between what Christians believe and what Jews believe specific to Jesus. Do you have any thought process on that?
Yes, I do, and I'll just say it this way: because I'm not a theologian either, but I know this: it's God is omnipresent and omnipotent, and it's all merciful and perfect and pure. And if anywhere in any writing shows an angry, malevolent God that needs to attack somebody or do something to prove something, I don't believe that that's the right God. And I'm not saying, I mean, I don't know the difference between Elohim and Yahweh, and I don't know all of that. I do know some books that I've read and stuff like that. I'm just saying that God is perfection, and it's pure, and it's not angry, and it doesn't have an ego. It's not like that at all. And Jesus is the personification of that on earth, and so was, whether you want to look at it or not, so was the Buddha, and so was the Krishna. Yeah, they just were.
Would you put Muhammad into that same category?
Muhammad was a prophet. Muhammad received divine divination from the angel Gabriel, the way I understood it. One of the courses I took, I read a Quran. I'm not acting like I know anything about it. And he received that, and then over a period of time, the Quran was created off of that.
Yeah.
I believe at the time the Prophet Muhammad received the word from Gabriel, I believe that if he was not divine, he was very close to divine. Now, whether he remained divine in the rest of his life, that is a very different subject there, because people can do that. People can be very perfect and pure, or rise to a very high level. I'm sure that there's lots of evangelists that do this, and a lot of other very spiritual and religious people on the earth. But then ego sets itself in, or maybe other forcing mechanisms set themselves in, and it can really take them off course.
You talking about Joel Osteen right now? Is that what's happening? I'm just kidding.
I don't. I'd like to talk to him sometime. I need to talk to Joel Osteen.
I'll
tell you what, if I talk to Joel Osteen for about 20 minutes, I'll be able to tell you for sure.
Put him on the table, see what happens. One thing, then I know I said one more thing.
Dude, we got all the time in the world. You do, I got it.
I'm curious about the laughing aspect and your kind of perception of everything being a joke. How do you reconcile that with the, was it your niece that died when she was, or, a 5-year-old that gets raped and murdered? I mean, whatever. How do you fit, where does that fit in?
Okay, here's how that one fits in for me. This is how I've made sense of that. There's a book that was written by a Dr. Brian Weiss. It's called Many Lives, Many Masters. And he's a psychiatrist at Mount Sinai in Miami. And he would use hypnosis as one of his treatments to help patients de-link triggers, if you will. I'll say that for lack of better words. And he had a particular young lady that had a very traumatic life. He ascribed it to her childhood, and he worked with her using a state of hypnosis, which put her into a trance-like state. And in hypnosis, there are certain people that are able to go into a trance state that's called somnambulistic, which is completely out. But they're talking, but they're completely out. Most of us don't, like me and you. We can go into a trance state or something, but it's not like we're completely out, because a lot of times, we're former frogmen, so we're like on the defensive or whatever. But anyway, she would, in the process of the years that he worked with her, he was able to help her, but he would ask questions of her, and she would answer with different tonality in her voice. And over the course of I don't know how many sessions, I don't want to say 100 sessions, hundreds of sessions, but they probably were, that he did with her, he had a dialogue with these people that he called the masters. And different ones would speak with a different tonality through her voice, just a little deeper or a little higher or whatever. And he asked them questions of the universe. And what he was told, and I ascribe to, which makes so much better sense to me than, hey, that's just the way God does it and get used to it, is we are here pursuant to faith, love, hope, and charity. And in our incarnations on this earth, when we're in this sack of skin that we're sitting in for this go-around, we're working on that in some shape or fashion. Different people are in different ways. So the baby Ashleys of the world, the people that, how many of us have said, it's like, God, why did he have to die, man? He's better than all of us, like that, The way I deal with that one is they're working on charity, which means that they are probably a couple of notches on the food chain of evolution of spirituality than maybe me and you are. And that charity is their giving of their life for us to learn how to love. And they're giving their life for that. I mean, they're suffering. Like you can see some people like I've seen, we got some friends that have a child that has a really high level of autism, and it's like, this kid has a tough life, you know what I mean? It's, and it's having to be taken care of its entire life and stuff like that. But when I think of it in an act of consummate charity, that, God, how incredible that is. It's like, what are you going to, hey, Mike, what are you going to do this life? It's like, I'm going to work on charity. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cowboy myself up. I'm going to go down to that planet for about 25 years, and I'm going to be immobilized in that chair where people have to take care of me my entire life, and I'll be suffering. But while I'm suffering, some people are learning how to be better people by taking care of me. So that's the way I kind of put my hands around that one.
In that same thought process.
Yeah, buddy.
Let's say the instances of serial killers or pedophiles that rape, torture, murder children, where are they at in that journey?
They're really low. They're so low. They're lower than a damn Komodo dragon. And I mean, I don't know what they're just low, and they're basal beings at the very lowest level, and they are racking up karmic debt, and they're going to have to pay for it. I mean, and me and you might not see them pay for it, but that's the.
Is there any part of you that, in the same thought process realm of God is all-knowing, omnipotent, omnipresent? Again, I didn't sit on the table. I don't know the tunnel experience, so.
No, go for it, buddy.
But there's the pragmatic, rational part of me that says, what's the point? Mm-hmm. Like, even if we're saying, hey, this person is at the lowest and they're on notch one, like if I as God have the ability to create everything and know what's going to happen, like, why? Like, what's the point of that?
I think it's allowing, I think it's for, so the faith, love, hope, and charity thing. Once a soul has obtained, perfection in that, I don't know what that is, they ascend into the God light. They become, they merge with it. And it's hard for me to explain. And like I said, I don't know all the pieces of the puzzle. What you were talking about just a minute ago, with the pragmatic point of view of it, we spend most of our lives thinking consciously of solving problems, making lists, doing crossword puzzles, building atomic bombs. We all do that, with our conscious mind. We build lists and we think and stuff like that. But that other part is the subconscious, which is more of a feeling. And what I mean by that is, you have children? Mm-hmm. You've got children. You love your children. You can't prove that to me, but you do. For those with religious backgrounds, their faith in God it's nonlinear. It can't be proven linearly like Newton's law of gravity, but it's a fucking thing. It's like, don't you tell me I don't love my kids, or you know what I mean? Don't you tell me I don't like strawberry shortcake. You know what I mean? It's like, you know these things, and it's nonlinear, and oftentimes with the pragmatic part, we just don't get enough, we don't spend enough time cultivating that nonlinear or that subconscious part of us. And those events that I had happen to me, they really jarred me on that, on that consciousness linear approach to stuff. And I don't have all the answers, but I promise you one thing, buddy, I'm looking for them every day. I really, really do. And it's almost like they unfold all the time and little miracles happen. And once all of that started happening again for me, like once I retired, I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I got to find myself, son. So I'm going to go walk the Appalachian Trail. So I went and walked 500 miles of the Appalachian Trail. And when I walked 500 miles of the Appalachian Trail, I listened to books while I was listening to them. And that led me to this thing called Life Between Lives, right? Which gets to the hypnosis part, of what I do, like some now. But when my wife, Tori, she gave me a past life experience around about that same time, about 1996, I guess, or no, a little bit after, 1996. So I went to see this lady, right? Kate Sturgis. She laid me down on the bed, walked me through a guided meditation, took me up to a heavenly timeline in space. And, I'm kind of half there, half not there, kind of like we are right now, hanging out. And my eyes are closed and stuff like that. And she takes me back to a past life. In one of these past lives, I was a very black person on an island, contrasting to the white sand. I don't know if I was a man or a woman. I was very old. My skin was like an elephant skin, and it was very black. I was looking at it almost from like this point I'm looking at right now. And my entire tribe had died, and it was all my fault. It was because of the bird with orange feathers, orange and green feathers, had brought some type of an illness to our land, and all of our people were dead. And the reason they were dead was because of me, because I was the shaman, I was the medicine man, and I was my tenet in life was to protect them, and I'd betrayed them, and they had all died from the disease, and now I just laid on the beach waiting to die. And this was like, dude, I'm like laying there, and this is like cycling in my mind. And then I had like another thing that cycled in my mind. And then I came out of that thing, And so when I walked the Appalachian Trail, I was like, dude, do you even remember? I'm talking to myself, because everybody does. And it's like, I'm like, dude, do you even remember this? And it's like, I remember it. I got it on a cassette tape, of it actually happening. So then I just went down that road, and I was like, all of this stuff's a thing, man. And I don't know what's up. So I got off the Appalachian Trail, and went and found like one of the top past life regression dudes in the United States and went to him. Went to that thing, had a pretty damn profound experience happen there. And then I was like, you know what? This is like hypnosis. I know that sounds stupid now, but you know, I was like, this is really that. You know, maybe you can learn to do this and actually help somebody along the way, you know?
And so that's what you've gotten into now?
Yeah.
Before we get into that,
what did you ask me? I'm sorry I went rambling, but what'd you ask me?
Well, it's just the general question was, what's the point? Which I'll do a follow-up. Like if God is omnipotent, omnipresent, all-knowing, why allow that to happen? Why allow things like that to happen? But in that same vein, a recurring theme that I've heard, you know, my entire life is, you know, the essence of, I'm sorry, I was losing my train of thought here for a second.
That's because I'm hypnotizing you.
Is that right?
No, I'm not.
Well, that'd be a motherfucker if you were.
You're like, I like it, give me more.
It'd be a dirty trick. God damn it, what was I thinking? I'll have you edit this part out while I'm bumbling for words. All right.
No, I think I know where you want. It's because this place that we are, this planet, this time, this thing that we're doing, it is complicated, and it's made to be complicated.
Well, there's two things that it makes me think of. The recurring theme that I was thinking of that I lost my train of thought on is that we are made in the image of God. Like you hear that a lot. Do you agree with that?
We actually are God. You're not God, and I'm not God, but everything is God.
So
see, like in the big scheme of things, there's not like this whole thing that was created by God, and then down there's a piece of Swiss cheese called Mike and a piece of Swiss cheese called Chuck, and they ain't got no God in them. We're all God too. And trust me, man, I ain't got my mind around this thing yet. You know, I'm trying to, but it's like it's all that.
Well, so I guess where I find a contradiction in saying that God is only love and understanding, peace, etc. I'm butchering the exact way that you put it, but so again, to me, where I find that contradiction is that if that's the case, and or we're made in the image of God, or we are collectively, then again, I keep coming back to, if that's the case, then why does evil exist? Is it as simple as, one of the things that I talk about in dog training a lot is that to the dog's perspective, when you talk about positive reinforcement, you know, and there's people that say you should only use positive reinforcement and no positive punishment or corrections of any kind, is that the presence of good or good without the presence of bad isn't really that good. And so without evil, good can't really exist because everything is the same and there's a weird contrast or dichotomy almost to it. I don't know if it's that simple, if I'm oversimplifying it or overcomplicating it, but to me, that's where I struggle the most with it, is that, you know, because going back to being a father, right, is that if we're all God's children, which I guess we're kind of debating whether or not that's even the case, but I know if I see one of my children with a 2x4 with nails sticking out of it, getting ready to smack my other kid with it, I'm not letting that happen.
Right, exactly.
So why would God let that happen then? That's where I can't come to terms with it.
That's interesting.
Because, right, if you say I can't prove to you that I love my kids, but I can tell you I'm not letting that shit happen.
No, you're not. No.
So if God loves all of us,
no, it's not inshallah. You know, like
Right.
a lot of times, you know, in Islam, it's inshallah. That's what they would say when, you know, bad shit would happen.
Yeah.
No, you absolutely intervene because
So
you
why-
believe because you believe that that's what is correct, or whatever it is, the thing, and the causes that one believes in, they absolutely should do that, you know, because there is the idea of free will, that you can make whatever choice that you want to make to do what it is. And I agree too, like with the dogs or with the Komodo dragon. You know, the Komodo dragon gets up and it will come over and bite you and it'll eat you. And it's nothing personal. That's just what it does, you know. And I also believe that there are dark things, you know, and those dark things do get into people. I've actually watched it happen. I've seen that. So I know that it's there. But I do know that the divine love of God is so much more powerful than that darkness. It is insanely more powerful. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen or it's not manifested by some.
So would it
And I'm way over my ski tips right now. I'm talking. I mean, it's what I feel. I mean, I know that like I love my kids. Like when we were talking about knowing something.
No, I mean, so again, like I'm, excuse me, I wouldn't say even arguing. Like I'm advocating for both sides. Like if I'm putting myself on the debate team, and now it's my turn to debate your side.
Yeah.
And I'm not even saying, to be clear, that I'm
I
disagreeing
got you.
with it.
Yeah.
Like I just honestly don't know. I'm open to hear anything and think about it, and it makes me think, okay, well, if I'm thinking of it from that perspective, going back to the laughing experience, is that if all of this isn't even real, it's a joke, basically, is that, again, perception, like we anthropomorphize in dogs all the time. Like what I think is mean and cruel, the dog doesn't give a shit about.
Right.
On the transverse, and same thing with kids. It's like, you think it's a big deal. I can tell you it's really not a big deal. Is that what it is? Is that rape and torture or whatever is taking place on Earth, because everything afterwards is so incredibly fucking great, that even as horrible as that seems to us now, it actually isn't that big of a deal. Like that seems kind of ridiculous and trivializing a horrible thing. But is that a part of it? I don't know. I mean, you could go.
I think that is the case. In the larger, Buddha, kind of thing. I absolutely think that that's the case. And I think that the individual, I remember that there was that one riddle or whatever it was, about a girl being raped on a boat by a bunch of pirates or something, but she forgave them because she understood that the level of their being, they don't know any better. They're like the Komodo dragon that, just bites you and eats you and goes looks for another Komodo dragon to reproduce with, because that's what Komodo dragons do. They're just that level of, they're not the level of spiritual level of some other people.
Right. I mean, we could probably spend weeks talking about it, but
it's weird.
Yeah. I would love to get into how all of these experiences have kind of channeled and come together to put you in a position now where you're doing what you're doing, which is.
Yeah. So once I did that life between lives regression thing, it was pretty profound. And I was like, I'm just going to learn to be. There's many different modalities that help me move towards my next phase of life. I had a lot of anger, anxiety, different things. Of course, you go to NICO and they're like, you've got PTSD. It's like, roger that. And the more I look at that, I think, I don't know if there's anybody on earth that does not have it. And they ain't got to be a military veteran, to be that way. Everybody has things that trigger them one way or the other. And I knew that moving into my next phase of life, my last job in the military afforded me a little bit of leeway not to be so heavily pressurized into my job, that I was able to prepare myself for extrication for a solid military extract. And as a part of that, I was looking for different things that would help me. So I went to NICO. I went to VHP, Virginia High Performance. You familiar with that? Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Went there, and all of these things just gave me little tidbits. Like the NICO thing helped me out. We did a little yoga, we did some meditation, did that, and art therapy and speech therapy, and say what was wrong with my brain, and all of that other stuff. And then the hypnosis thing really helped me de-trigger some stuff. And my command psychologist did some EMDR. We did that, and all of these things were helpful in their own way, and all of them worked pretty well. And we'll talk. I'm going to separate them from, because these were all things that I did before getting out of the military, and then we can talk about the psychedelic medicine after, because I did that when I got out of the military. So I took all of these different things, and I was like, I'm going to go learn to do hypnosis, because the hypnosis in the trance state really was positive in helping me de-link some triggers that I had. And do we have a moment so I can explain to you
Yeah.
what I mean by that?
Sure.
Okay. So I had a client. I'm just going to roll you down the road of a client that I had. I had a client, and we talked for a while. We got her comfortable and everything, and then I led her into a guided meditation, and then we went back into a trance because I wanted to find out from her. She had like low back pain, anxiety. She couldn't sleep at night, some different stuff going on. And I'm asking her different things that annoyed her or bothered her that come to mind. And of the laundry list, literally a laundry list that she gave me of things, one of them was, she goes, I don't like bright lights at all. I don't like people crowding my personal area. If I'm at a party and there's too many people in there, I'm going to leave immediately. I don't even like my husband getting in my face unless I know that, he's going, it's almost offered or whatever like that. And so anyway, led her into a trance, and then we went back, and I just simply said, go back to the time where this first became a problem. I didn't even say what it was. I just said this because the subconscious knows. The conscious mind's doing all conscious mind things, like figuring out how much more time we got in this podcast and things like that. When the subconscious is just sitting there monitoring everything in your body all the time, because that's what it does, and it knows all these triggers that you've got, right? Somewhere in Mike's life, you touched something that was hot when you were young, or you almost touched something and your mom yelled at you and you jerked your hand back. And that kind of built a little part in you that's always on the lookout for hot shit that Mike's going to touch. And even when Mike grows up, that still little part's in you doing that because you've touched some hot stuff or almost touched some hot stuff, jerked your hand back when physiologically there was no way you had that pain stimuli go up to your hand and you just went like that. They go, damn, that almost burned me like that, because that little part's in you going, I'm watching out for stuff, hot stuff. Well, you got a million little parts in you that are based off of memories that you had, events that have happened, instincts. Some of them are natural instincts that you had in that. So this lady, take her back. She said, I'm a little girl and I'm about 2 years old and I fell off my tricycle and skint my leg into a mud puddle and got it all dirty. And I was like, okay, are you hurting? She goes, it hurts, and I'm crying. She's talking to me. She's got her eyes shut, sitting in the chair, talking to me. And I said, okay, so what happens now? And she goes, my mom and dad are taking me to the emergency room because it's got mud in my dirt in my leg, and they're afraid they may not can get it clean, and they don't want me to get infected. And I was like, well, you've got a very good mom and dad. I'm just kind of playing along with it. She's not talking to me like a 2-year-old, but I'm just kind of playing along with it. And I go, all right, what happens at the hospital? She says, the doctor and the nurse take me back and put me on the bed, and they lay me down, but I don't want to lay down because my mom and dad's not there. And I was like, okay, and what's happening there? And it's like, I start crying and screaming, and they're holding me down, and they got that big bright light shining down on me, and I don't know who they are because I've never been around anybody else but my mom and dad before in my life, and they're all in my face, and they're holding me down. And with hypnotherapy, what you can do, because it's magic, I can do magic tricks. Here's the magic trick that I did in this case. I go, I'm going to count down from 3 to 1. And when I do that, all the pain and anxiety is going to leave your body. And you're going to slide out of your body to the other side of the room, looking at your young self laying on the table in no pain. In 3, 2, 1. You're now on the other side of the room, looking at your young self on the bed, on the table. How do you feel now? She goes, I'm okay, but I'm still scared. And I go, where are your mom and dad? Well, the nurse went to get my mom and dad because I was crying, and they brought them to the table. I was like, okay, do you feel better now? She's like, yes, I feel better now that they're here. It's like, okay. And I go, were the doctor and nurse trying to hurt you? And she goes, no, they're trying to help me. They're putting some stuff on my leg now that's making it numb so it doesn't hurt anymore. I go, so they're not hurting you? And she goes, no. And I said, is that bright light hurting you? She goes, it's still really bright, but it's not hurting me like that. And I was like, do your mom and dad love you? And she's like, my mom and dad love me, like that. And then I said, I want you to walk over to your young self, put your hand on your young self and look into your young eyes and tell yourself and thank yourself for being the brave young person that you are, that have always been on the watch out for you with the bright lights and the crowded people around you, that's allowed you to grow up into the big, powerful person that you are today. Can you do that for me? And then she did that. And I was like, okay, now what I want you to do is manifest a big golden, beautiful golden ball of light and push it from your heart into your young heart, and then pick your young self up and hold you close to your chest and merge together. And then I took her through a thing where we come back out of it and wake back up. like that. And she goes, I just never thought of it that way before. I never even knew that. I never even remembered it. And, you know, a skeptic person would say to me, how do we even know that that was real? And I go, it doesn't matter. In her mind, it delinked those things. And then she goes, thanks, Chuck. See you later. And gets up, leaves my office, and I never see her again in my life, which is absolutely fine. I'm hoping she's living a better life. But it's like that, you know, and it's weird, but it's not weird. And you just watch these miracles happen, and people live a better life, or at least they get to the next rung of the ladder that they can do.
Yeah, man, that's intense. So do you do a lot of that now?
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah. And it's mostly, I have a wonderful physician that works nearby that's kind of a friend. And whenever can't find physiologically something wrong with somebody, they might say, hey, you ever take this card, go see Chuck. And so they come see me and we'll do it. And I'll tell you, I really in my heart, I don't believe it's Chuck that's doing it. I just go with what comes in the back of my mind. And I'm not acting like I'm a psychic or something like that, but I just kind of intuitively know the road to go down, you know? And a lot of times it's outside the box and it gets them there, or it gets them to the next place. But I want to make a point with it too, Mike. There's this like metaphor of this story of this dude walking down the beach, and the beach is just littered with starfish baking in the sun because the tide's gone out. And there's this old dude picking up the starfish, throwing them back in one by one. And he's like, what are you doing? He goes, oh, I'm throwing these starfish back in the water so they don't die. And he goes, there's no way you can make a difference. And he goes, makes a difference to this one. And he throws it back in the water. So that's what I kind of feel like I'm doing. But here's the deal. I can throw the starfish back in the water, but I can't take the starfish, put it back out on the reef in a safe place, and then sit there and watch the starfish and make sure it's going to be safe for the rest of its life. So it's kind of a first step, or the next rung of the ladder. And I think it's been beneficial too in terms of people that have been doing long-term psychotherapy with a psychologist or a psychiatrist as well. Because a lot of times it seems like they can get to a certain point and just can't move over to the next thing. And sometimes more of these unusual modalities, they can kick something loose, or at least give the person something new to think about, so they're not retreading the same water all the time.
Man, that's fascinating. Is that what the soft whisper thing is?
Yeah, when I first started it, you know, the horse whisperer,
Yeah.
I was like, I know what, I'll do soft whisperer. And so I got online and, you know, made it my, you know, softwhisper.com. I was able to find that. But, you know, in my mind, I was like, you know what, if I can do this and it help team guys, veterans, whoever, you know, and I'll tell you, I probably only do 25% team guys. It's mostly regular people, which is great. Regular people have problems too. That it's just, you know, I was like, you know, when I first started, I was like, you know, if I can help one person, one team guy, buy him some time so he don't kill himself. I don't care if I ever find out that it did that or not. It'll be worth the effort that I put into it. And I still believe that. But it's more than that. Of course, I want that, but just anything that I can ever do to help, you know, one of our teammates live a better life, you know, for their highest and best. And so many of them want it. I'll tell you, with the team guy, I've probably helped, I don't know, probably less than 50 team guys or something like that, which is fine. It's like, we're a tough bunch. you know what I mean? We're a tough bunch. And that don't mean it's not impossible, but it absolutely takes a link. You know, it'll catch in a little bit, regardless of the amount of trance state they go in.
Yeah.
I've had some tough customers, bro. I've had some go, I've been like, okay, close your eyes. And, you know, then I'll just settle down and start reading my script, or just kind of sink into my own space as I'm reading. And I'll like look up and they'll just be burning a hole straight through me with their eyes. But one time I did it and this happened. So I like look up and I see that they're burning a hole straight through me. And I'm like, fuck it. So I just go back down. I keep going, but I'm watching them. They didn't blink for 4.5 minutes. I had to tell them to blink. I said, and now I want you to blink in 3, 2, 1. And they blinked because the deal was they were so hypervigilant that they were in a trance state with their eyes wide open because they ain't closing their eyes. And that's okay too. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Yeah. The most important thing is it's for their highest and best, whatever can help them live a better life.
Man, I got to tell you, it's beyond fascinating to hear your entire story being, you know, the amount of time you spent in the military, different experiences that you had during, and then subsequently towards the end, and what you've been doing since. Just so many fascinating and just pure angles that I wasn't anticipating coming into the interview, but was pleasantly surprised to be able to talk about all this stuff with you. And I just can't thank you enough for coming and sharing your story.
I appreciate it, Mike. I appreciate what you do, man.
Thank you.
You do so much good stuff that, and I think an important message is for all of our cats, you know, when we retire is, and you did it in spades, is finding that purpose, latching into it and going with it, because that's the thing that keeps us all safe and anchored.
Yeah.
Once the uniform and the,
Yeah.
you know, the trident is always there in spirit, but it's always you know, the teammates that made that trident shine like it shines.
For sure.
Baby.
Yeah. Yep. Anything that I'm missing that I didn't ask you that I should have or that you want to bring up?
No, I would encourage anybody out there that needs help, that if they have an inkling that if I can help them, please go to my website and just reach out to me. I'm not worried about I don't do it for profit. The military did a quite good job of helping me, you know, not have to worry about things like that. But in terms of our teammates and all of the folks out there that help other people, anything I can do to help them, tell them to reach out. It's always confidentiality. I'm a non-licensed clinician thing, if you want to call it that. Most of the time, I just have somebody's first name and client out by the side of their name. Other than that, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is them getting to where it is that they need to be to live their best life for themselves and their families.
Amen. Again, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Token of appreciation you can find some use for, obviously, the obvious challenge coin, which
Absolutely.
Just to show with a couple of good Marcus Aurelius quotes. And then,
Heck yeah.
I don't know if you're a shit kicker wearing kind of guy. It opens from the front at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of a weird box, but
Holy shit, that's beautiful. Thanks.
yeah. And in true team guy fashion, there are some tridents woven into the outside of that. I like to give that.
There sure are.
That addition to any frogmen that come on the show. So
That's incredible, Mike. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Chuck, it's been great getting to know you and sit down and talk with you. I appreciate all that you have done on behalf of this country and what you continue to do. Thank you for your service. Thank you for coming on. We sure appreciate you.
Thank you, buddy. I certainly appreciate it.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you didn't, you know you can choke yourself. And until next time, this is Mic Drop.